Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, April 13th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give you insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're going to be doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got a pretty intense new moon cycle coming up. And we should talk about it a little bit, because the thing about it, and we just need to be conscientious about this, is it's a Taurus new moon. It's a Taurus new moon in Aries season. And a Taurus new moon in Aries season can bring up spicy feelings. It can bring up spicy feelings. It's spicy feelings. Spicy feelings time. And the thing about it is you just have to understand, Aries energy is no joke, right? Aries energy is often about putting a lot of force and intention into things. And Taurus energy is very much about stabilization. Now, we're going into this new moon cycle with a lot of momentum. And when I say a lot of momentum, I mean there's a lot of intense energy. There are several planets right now that we have in Aries. Over the last few days, if you've noticed a shift, one of the most significant things that we've experienced is the fact that Mars has moved into Aries. So we've got Mars in its own house with a lot of other signs that are currently in that house, including Saturn that's there. We've also got Jupiter that's in Cancer, which can often create a lot of feelings related to sensitivity or feeling extra sensitive about things. Now, here's the thing about it. Sensitivity is a gift. When we are in friendship with our vulnerability, when we embrace our vulnerability, our sensitivity becomes a superpower. However, what happens when you are not comfortable with your vulnerability? It becomes a crux. It becomes the thing that often feels like the situations or circumstances that you want to avoid. Right? And basically, like the most important thing to remember is when it comes to vulnerability, like you can carry, everybody has vulnerability, right? Everybody has it. If anybody says they don't have it, that person is not on good terms with their vulnerability. But what happens when you embrace your vulnerability, it becomes your most profound gift. But when you don't, it becomes your it becomes your Achilles heel. It becomes your weakness. It becomes the thing that you go to great lengths to energetically avoid. And often the space by which you try to avoid something, you point directly at it. Okay, like you ever notice that? You ever notice that tendency? Do you ever notice that wild tendency that often happens, that when you're trying to avoid something, everybody else just sees an arrow pointing directly to it? Like that's often what happens. That's the type of energy that we're kind of talking about here. And so everybody, I'm not saying they have to get cool with your vulnerability real quickly, but I'm saying that it'll probably help with energy like this, right? And a lot of that work that we're potentially seeing, we're also seeing is coming through across all of the frequencies, depending on where you are energetically aligned relationship-wise right now. We're going to go through all of them. First and foremost, we're going to focus on the energy that is in solitude. And these are effectively the relationships that have been coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon energy that we experienced in late January up until the present. And we define those as world relationships right now, because we see that they're going through a lot of the lessons that we recognize and identify and find in the world card of the tarot. And the main lessons, I've got a whole class on this. If you're interested in learning more about the tarot, I've got a class on everything, all the major arcana. But the one thing we talk about in that class that's really important is understanding the work of orbital growth, or the ability to effectively move towards things with a sense of pacing, proportionality, right, and stabilization. So taking proportioned, stable approaches to things that allow, right, the expansion of the self or the expansion of the relationship. It's a little bit, and I'll tell you a little bit, like it is a little bit like tortoise energy, right? It's not, world relationships are not the fastest relationships because, right? Because they're conscientious and because they're navigating a lot of sensitivity. Now, why is this important right now for some of those relationships? I got to tell you, there's a few things I'm seeing right now in some of these relationships, and we got to talk a little bit about the past, because I do feel like there's something about the past right now potentially coming back up to the surface that we want to talk about. Okay? Now, the important thing that we recognize in relationality to the past is understanding the perspective that we effectively hold in relationality to the way that we potentially perceive it. And and I feel like the most important words that have been coming up, in a lot of those relationships are reverentially versus referentially. Reverentially versus referentially. And why do I say reverentially versus referentially? Because when we are energetically reverent about the past, we don't want to touch it, right? We don't want to talk about it. Like that's a continuation of what I was saying, right? Like the space by which you're like, don't touch the past. Like that's kind of weird. Why don't you why you got that past up there on the shelf if you don't want anybody to touch it? Doesn't make any sense, right? And that's a continuation of what we're talking about, which is often the energy that we work towards avoiding, and that talks about the fact that there's something there that hasn't been fully unpacked or fully worked through. And here's the important thing about that. We're never forced to work on things, right? But the difference between saying to the self, don't touch that, versus I'm not ready to touch it, right, is the difference between another person going through a healing process by which they're avoiding, right, like the space by which they're energetically avoiding something, versus building up like the energetic fortitude to be able to address it, right? And those are different things. And and so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy in solitude right now that is bringing the past back towards the self in a tender way. But the tenderness that we see that is potentially occurring in those experiences is effectively the ability to identify the fact that the past has changed us, or the way that it's changed us, or the context of the present as it relates to the perception of the past, or how much we've changed in the time of energetically experiencing things. And that is healthy, right? At the same time, potentially seeing that, we're also potentially seeing situations and circumstances wherein the past is coming back. And why do we potentially see situations or circumstances by which it feels like the past is coming back? Because the difference, right? The difference between actually actively being able to fix something versus trying, you can't fix anything with reminisce, is what we're really seeing that's happening right now for some of these past relationships. So you can't fix anything with reminisce. Reminisce does not fix a thing. It's not, reminisce is not for fixing things. So if there is energy that is trying to come back into a relationship and they're carrying reminisce, right? They're like, I'm right, like, hello, welcome. I'd like to start a relationship again. I brought you some reminisce, right? So it's like, that's not what fixes relation. You can't fix a relationship with reminisce. That does not fix things. That tries to go back towards them. So we see that for some of these relationships, there could be some modalities of closure that are occurring, particularly and especially if another person was waiting for accountability or an apology, and all they're getting back from someone from the past is reminisce. Like, there it is, right? There's the confirmation, there's the clarification that is potentially allowing the energy to, and I want to say potentially have a lot of sensitivity or feelings about something, but also recognizing and honoring the reason why they have those feelings. The same time we see that happening, we see new relationships that are potentially coming together, observing the complicated relationship that we have to trauma and the mind's tendency to potentially try to lacquer trauma with sentiment, right? The ability to be able, these relationships, the superpower of some of these relationships that are coming together right now is the ability to tell the difference between latent, nascent sentimentality versus lacquered sentimentality, which is the difference between the sentimentality that the mind likes to build upon things to protect the self from very difficult experiences versus the sentiment that was pervasive, the sentiment that was there at the moment by which an experience was formed versus that rings true, right? The sentiment that rings true between the past into the present, not the mind's tendency of trying to wrap sentimentality on a bad experience. Now, this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. I'm going to tell you right now, you're hearing it first. The time right now that we're experiencing between these moon cycles. So the time that we're experiencing between that full moon in Libra that we experienced up until coming into this Taurus new moon energy, I would not be surprised if there are new relationships that are relationships that are potentially moving into deeper levels of commitments, specifically and particularly because for a lot of these moon relationships, the feeling of having found what they're looking for is being articulated with the ability to see something in the past that was missing that they could not see before. These are relationships that their power is the ability to hold on to their purpose and the unified purpose that allows everything to be possible. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, feeling fortified in relationship, having found a relationship by which the purpose is not breaking things, but allowing new possibilities to form, we see that for a lot of those relationships, this could be like I just keep on seeing there's a lot of this like that. There it is. That is a new moon, a new moon in Taurus and Aries season is all in energy, right? A new moon in Taurus, a Taurus new moon in Aries energy is like all in. It's like the best way I can describe it is just it's like clearing the table by pushing everything into the table, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of that type of energy there. So it may feel, I wouldn't be surprised if there were proposals right now or deepenings of commitments that feel spontaneous, but it's delightful. It's a delightful spontaneity. It's a spontaneity that's fortified with absolute clarity. Now, those were the relationships that were coming together between that Capricorn new moon cycle that we experienced in January up until the time that Uranus stationed retrograde, which is around September 6th of last year. Temperance. Temperance relationships. How you doing? How you doing? Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug? You might need a hug. You might need a little hug. A little hug for the temperance relationships. Why are we seeing that the temperance relationships right now might need a little, I feel like the temperance relationships right now might need a little bit of a pep talk, okay? Because I need to stress what we're potentially seeing right now is for a lot of these temperance relationships, and you have to understand, I gotta walk you through what's happening here. So these temperance relationships, the superpower of those relationships was basically everything's possible so long as the work is mutual. These energies are incredibly good at being self-starters, and not just being self-starters, doing things themselves. However, right, the same hyper-independence that moves one into union can often feel like it becomes the energetic trigger once within partnership, specifically and particularly due to the fact that for a lot of these relationships that are going through those processes, the vulnerability in recognizing and understanding that the quality of hyper-independence is often formed in situations and circumstances where there is no ability to rely on anything, right? A lot of these relationships are moving into the space by which they're recognizing where their hyper-independent tendencies come from. And that's some painful stuff, right? That's hard to see. And for a lot of the energy, I feel like it's the observation of recognizing the complicated relationship that they have with their hyper-independence, right? Noticing that quality by which it's the same hyper-independence that got them through a trauma environment may feel, right? May feel a little bit like the bull in the china shop that often feels like it sometimes damages or makes it harder to be in relationship. But what's beautiful about those relationships is there might be bickering that is occurring right now in some of those union dynamics, but I need to point out bickering is bettering, right? Because bickering is, and this is why we see that this is actually a conversation on the quality on why it's good to be able to argue when in relationship, because these are relationships that adore the sound of one another's voices. And that doesn't mean that the sound of each other's voices requires them to be in harmony at every moment, because the observation of understanding that when we bicker, not when we fight, when we bicker, it's because we care, right? And the amount of caring that is energetically applied upon things that we bicker about is often the expression of love that we feel, because these are a lot of those relationships that may recognize right now the difference between an argument and a conflict. What is the difference between argument and conflict? An argument is when two people have the same manifestation goal. They just got different ways of getting there, right? They've got different conversations as it relates to how to perfect something. So in a way, the bickering is polishing, right? See how the bickering there is polishing the relationship? Whereas fighting, right, is often the oppositional force where you feel the weight of energy that's trying to move in two oppositional directions. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, that observation of potentially going through a moment right now, right, all that Aries energy, bickering, right? But even as they're bickering, they're recognizing they're bettering, potentially allowing for a lot of feelings to come up and observing their own hyper-independence that was the result of them being in trauma situations in the past by which they felt that they were not surrounded by reliable energy, but seeing the reliability and the viability of partnership that they're currently in that is demarcated with the ability to bicker and still care, right? To not allow the disagreement or not allow the bickering to get in the way of the love that they feel for one another. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be happening this week on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in that Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. As I mentioned, these classes are available at any level that you may find yourself in. Don't let your experience be an obstacle. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I'm going to be releasing one in the next couple of days related to this new moon that we've got coming up shortly. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to be a little bit different for everybody. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's an absolute wonderful time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And the other reading giveaway we're going to be doing right now is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. It's also an absolutely lovely time to get on the list today, because if you get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for. And you will also, the first person read for each day always has an additional card in their reading as well. Excellent. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Dylan. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. And thank you for joining us, Danielle. Hi there, Hiri. Lionel, welcome. Yes or no questions. So great question, Cheeky. I do yes or no questions related to one card. So if you want to become a super fan, that would probably be the best way to do a yes or no question. The tarot usually gives a little bit more information. We don't put the autonomy in the cards in terms of making our decisions for us, but they can read for you about affirmation, something that feels like it's more positive versus something that you might want to be wary of as you make a choice. Thank you, Esther, for joining us. Hi there, Casey. Happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Grand Rising, Sandra. Good to see you today. Ava. Welcome, Bridget. Happy Monday. Good to see you as well. Heather. Thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It was so cute. Thank you for the cactus, Bridget. How are you doing today, Vanessa? And Serafina, thank you for the follow. Happy to read for you on that. Will or Victoria, how you doing today? Avatar. I know. I mean, given what we read in your Akashic, Bridget, I'm not surprised that you feel like that. How are you doing today? Good to see you, Avatar. And thank you so much. Have some reminisce. Let's make this happen again. Exactly. Mascara, thank you for the follow. Wally, thank you for sharing the live. How you doing today, Chris? Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, I just need to know the date that you won. Tate, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Vanessa, when did you win that? Let's take, oh, you won it yesterday. I got you, dear. Absolutely. I've added you as well. You will be the second person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. It's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. And thank you, Chris, for sharing the live, and thank you for reposting. Avatar. Oh, they need a preview option. It's really cute. I tried to put my head down so you could see it. Highest tapper. So we don't have a highest tapper gift, Chris, but if you tap that screen when we get to 50K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So that, in a way, that is the highest tapper gift. Thank you for tapping the screen, though. Cheddar, you can use that. I just need to know the day that you got it. I got you here. You got it on Saturday. I am going to add you back right now. Congratulations, dear. You'll be the third person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for today. And thank you again. Tate, I got you on the list, dear. Excellent. I know it has been a hot minute. You're so welcome, Cheddar. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Before we do so, I just need a moment, and I'll be right back. We are going to warm up those inch muscles with an intuition check. Just bear with me a moment. All right, let's get to it. And as I mentioned, before we get started, it's a great time to get on the list. If you are on the hold list today and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. A reminder to those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you also have the same benefits as subscribers if you are a paid member there. And I would love to be able to offer paid membership over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. If you could go over to the place where we keep the photos, give me a follow today, comment followed in the comments. I will give you as a thank you gift an affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, share the live with 3 individuals, comment, share it, I'll be able to do so as well. Before we get started though today, let's warm up those intuition muscles. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And also, friends, we are already at 7K likes. Make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time, and I'll be able to give away that reading. And please remember as well, we have a free reading giveaway right now for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, April 13th, 2026. We are going to be starting our day today with a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to get started right now with utilizing for masculine energy. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards today, starting with the headspace of masculine? 3 cards, please. What do we have here? Starting our day off with the 4 of Swords in its upright. The 3 of Wands in its upright. And the Justice card. Now this is important, and the reason this is important is because we ended yesterday's reading with the Justice card. I'm not surprised to see the Justice card right now because we are coming out of a full moon in Libra in Aries season, which is working through finding a healthy balance in things. And the important thing, there's something I see that's happening right now for a lot of the masculine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And what we're pretty much observing in relationality to a lot of that work right now has to do with, I just keep on seeing, setting a healthy pace to things. And why are we potentially recognizing that there's something about the energy that is working on setting a healthy pace? One of the things that we talked about, and this has been coming up a lot, is when we are building, one of the things that Aries energy and Taurus energy often work into is reliability. Reliability is viability. And why is reliability viability? Because when one is reliable, then one is energetically consistent. And the consistency that we create shapes the architecture of how another person experiences us. And this is often why you'll notice like being overly spontaneous with good things can often feel just as traumatizing as being overly spontaneous with bad things, because it's the modality or the experience by which we work to energetically build into the context of consistency that allows us to effectively be an energetic joy to be able to experience. It's that observation of being able to be another sense of joy. And the joy that we create for one another is the observation in terms of feeling the energetic stabilization by which we can rely or depend upon one another. And this is why you'll often see, right? This is often why you'll see energy that is too spontaneous, even if the spontaneity feels like it's energetically good, right? It's not the quality, right? It's not the quality or the condition by which one has something, but the consistency by which one delivers it, right? And it's that reliability that often builds into our integrity. And so I feel like this is really important. And I feel like there's something really significant there that's happening with masculine energy in terms of seeing an abhorrence point. And I keep on hearing like masculine energy looking upon unhealed energy of masculine that likes to front load, that likes to try to front load their affection. And what do we mean by energy that tries to front load their affection? So front loading affection is often the modality by which you show up in a big way and then you see how little you can give to something, right? The modality or the experience by which you effectively build into a relationship that is perpetually dwindling, right? And this is why we see the relationships that dwindle are often building into the lack of sustainability that we ourselves create, because you can't sit there and try to build into a relationship by which you dwindle what you energetically bring into it, and then be surprised when the relationship starts to falter or starts to stagnate. But this is often what occurs with energy that comes too much into the space of not wanting to put energy into things, right? And the thing about it is that is why we identify and recognize that the force of intention, right? A healthy relationship is built off of equal energetic proportion, which doesn't mean that everything, and this is what we identify with the difference when we talk about equality. You have to understand that the crucible of equality is the assumption of sameness. And why do we articulate upon the fact that the crucible of equality is the fallacy of sameness? Because sameness, and this is something that Libras understand, sameness does not create balance, right? If there's something that you energetically need and another person is in lack of it, then my ability to give you and another person the same thing does not create balance. It might make the self feel good. It's an indulgent sense of balance within the self. But the ability to strive to create balance versus being balanced is often not the space by which one misperceives equality as sameness. But you'll often see energy that likes to build imbalances to try to articulate or advocate upon the fact that sameness is the same as equality, when there's never been something further from the truth of that. And so we see that this is a lot of the energy that is working upon the ability, and this is why we have to be vulnerable, because when we are vulnerable, we're able to articulate upon our weaknesses. And when we articulate upon our weaknesses, miracles can occur, because it allows the ability of another to be able to step forth and energetically provide what we are looking for. But you don't get that if you're sitting there pretending that you're energetically strong at every single moment. Now let's bring this into feminine energy. 3 cards for feminine. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for feminine today. 3 cards, please. Got a cantilevered one in the center. Devil card in its upright. Yep. Page of Cups. Knight of Cups in its reversal. Knight of Cups in its reversal. Cantilevered. Yeah, 7 of Cups. Same exact message coming through on feminine. Right? The understanding, and I keep on seeing this. There's something really important that I see that's happening with feminine as it relates to what we effectively, the way that we show up for ourselves and the way that we show up for others is often reflective in relationality to being able to understand and recognize, I feel like there's something really, and it's interesting too, because I know that there's this devil card here, but I think that the reason that the one I want to point out with this devil card that we're seeing is there was a reversed, right? There's a reversed Knight of Cups that's cantilevered into the devil card. And so what we're basically effectively seeing there for a lot of the feminine energy is working through the experience of what others will often, like when feminine energy starts to have healthy boundaries, feminine energy will immediately see the source of energetic disruption in their own experience, right? Because, and this is, I feel like this is very much moving into the context that we were talking into in relationality to some of those, the work that we saw yesterday, in relationality to the ability to articulate upon our feelings about things, because our feelings act as shield. This is why you should never disassociate, right? Because when we are doing the work, when we do the work to validate our feelings, right? And this is why we don't have to honor every emotion, because the emotions that are valid are sensible and reasonable, right? And the way you can usually tell an emotion that is valid, sensible, and reasonable is the fact that it comes with a healthy direction attached to it, right? When your emotion is healthy, say like and sustainable and reasonable, it has a healthy emotion attached to it. It has something that is energetically identified as to what would be preferable. And often, I feel like feminine energy is handed others unreasonable emotions, right? The modality by which another person tries to say, oh, it feels good to get something off our chest. Nothing feels good to get off our chest, because what often happens is when we try to get something off our chest, we're divesting it onto another, right? So the modality by which we effectively get things off of our chest, our emotions are not burdens. And you can tell the emotions that are worth communicating upon when the emotions have healthy directions attached to them. Because often the situation or the experience wherein another person, right, the shape of trauma by which another person says, oh, well, I just wanted to tell you how you felt. I feel better now. And another person goes, I'm glad you feel better. I feel worse, right? This is why we don't carry emotions, right? We don't hand emotions off to each other that are too heavy for us to energetically hold. And I keep on seeing that the modality or the experience by which like I keep on hearing like the fortification point between working through emotions, and I feel like this is what's beautiful about this. For feminine energy, the ability to understand the unifying emotions of gravitas, right? Which is the circumstance or the experience wherein another is working to energetically, like when we're going through a healthy process of emotionality, then it feels like a release of emotions and not an unburdening, right? Because when we're energetically releasing our emotions, it feels like it frees us, right? It feels like it lifts us up. It feels like it helps us move into a better place. But the modality by which the feminine energy often feels like they have to articulate to another, right? Around the difference between, right, the energetic release of emotions versus, right, versus the space by which another like, and this is the important thing about it, right, versus the subversive emotions. So let's talk about the subversive emotions, because the difference is when someone is healthy releasing, then another person is there to hold them through their emotions, right? Even if they don't feel them. But what you'll often notice about the subversive emotions, right? The subversive emotions that one has to be wary about is the modality by which another person says, don't you feel bad that you're not feeling the same way, right? Like the subversive emotions that you often see in others that are ruminating, which is the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, we should never feel bad that we don't feel another's emotions. Because when another person tries to articulate the fact that we should feel badly because we don't feel the same way that they do, then it's often the amplification of potentially experiencing and expressing the circumstance or situation by which healthy expression feels like a relief and a release, right? Healthy expression feels like a relief and a release because it is the energy that even as, right, even as one is able to express it, another is often able to amplify and articulate it. But the modality by which you often see somebody that is in a rumination state is often the space by which it feels like it's energetically impossible to talk to them, specifically because they try to project that there is something that you yourself, that oneself is like oneself is not correct because one isn't feeling the exact feelings of another. And so I keep on seeing that there's something important about that in relationality to the fact that, like, our emotions, right? We you can't there's no positive space by which you create there's no positive space to be found in the space by which you try to make another feel badly because they don't feel an emotion, because emotions are things that we reveal, and when we reveal the way that another person experiences them helps us to identify and recognize the full scope or the full breadth of emotionality and expression. So I feel like that's really important because especially when we look right now between the work that we see that masculine is doing versus what we see as feminine's doing, because here we have, right? Here we have masculine that's working upon the ability to express their feelings in ways that they never have before. And here we have feminine that is potentially also working through that, but being able to discern, right, the difference between the feelings that feel like an energetic release versus the emotions that another tries to bring forth in trying to make another person feel sad or upset because another person has emotions, because we're supposed to have them, is what I keep on hearing. Often, right? Like, but often you'll notice this, and this is often what happens when we're too used to disassociating, right? The modality by which the expression of the emotions is healthy when it has a clear direction attached to it. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy, and for non-binary right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 4 of Pentacles and it's upright, the World card and it's upright, ooh, the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy here. Because something we're seeing right now for non-binary energy has to do with I feel like there's something important that's arriving here in relationality to working into the context of being able to effectively articulate or express how we feel about things, but not just how we feel about things, but how we deal about things. And the one thing I want to describe, because this is a lot of pentacle energy, heavy cup energy for feminine right now, a lot of pentacle energy for non-binary. And the observation that we potentially see that's happening for a lot of non-binary energy is getting to points of feeling exhausted with having to explain to another, but like what makes perfect energetic sense to the self is what I keep on seeing. And a lot of that energy that we're potentially recognizing there is this is a continuation of something we often see. There's the space by which we are happy to energetically communicate, right? Like there's communication that feels like it's positive, and then there's communication that doesn't feel that it's energetically helpful. And why do we see, what is the difference between positive communication and non-positive communication? This is a dwell-free zone, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like right there, what we're effectively observing, that's a dwell-free zone. So that's energy that works very hard not to dwell on things, because I keep on seeing dwelling on things can often create the space by which, like when you dwell, you're trying to quell the past. There's no point in dwelling on anything. But the modality by which we effectively identify and recognize and move through things is, I feel like that's a lot of the energy that always, like, I feel like they often take pragmatic approaches to things, specifically and particularly because this is the energy that has had to heal. I keep on hearing trauma places are dwelling spaces, which is often the modality by which you often recognize that when another dwells upon something, they're not necessarily bringing something productive to the conversation, right? And it's not the fact, like you can take the way you can take dwelling and move it into something healing is being able to make something energetically productive from it. So I feel like that is a lot of the energy that is taking creative approaches to things that they're dwelling upon, which is like, again, for every dwelling a new rule, or for every dwelling a new lesson is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's energy that's just working very tirelessly to bless situations. Regardless, I keep on getting regardless of how others navigate things or how they themselves perceive it. Because, and we're going to move back into masculine energy, but I can kind of see that, I already see the shape of some of the things that are going on there. Continuing the clarification, moving back to masculine energy, we're going to get into the heart space of masculine, utilizing the Smith-Waite, utilizing the Nouveau Tarot. Wow. Double Four of Swords today on masculine. So just for you guys to see, if you're just joining us, so we've got the Four of Swords in its upright with the Four of Swords in its reversal for masculine today, which I don't necessarily think is a negative. It feels like it speaks very much to that same sense of balance that we are potentially seeing, along with the King of Wands in its reversal and the Knight of Wands in its reversal. A lot of wand energy right now in the masculine space. And the thing about, I mean, I'm not surprised to see the Wands right now. Like here's the thing about it, and I got to point this out. Here's the thing that like healthy masculine energy often recognizes about unhealed masculine energy is like unhealed masculine energy often has a wand problem. And I don't mean that, and here's the thing, I don't mean that facetiously. Like, I mean that in terms of the fact that when we see the wands in the tarot, they speak upon, they're based upon communication, creativity, right? And the thing is, here's the thing about it. If you want to communicate and you want to be creative, you better make friends with your vulnerability. Because you can't do anything. You can't do a darn thing in the creative space if you can't be vulnerable, right? If you want creativity, you better get real good at being vulnerable real quick, right? And if you want to communicate, if you want to have a good conversation, then you better get real good at being vulnerable. So when I say, because I know what you're thinking, when I say the masculine energy has a profound wand problem, it's often the space by which the masculine tries to identify that those things are asynchronous to having a wand, which is which is hilarious if you know the tarot, because that's all that the tarot, that's all, like when you're obsessed, right? When you're obsessed with the external, it often speaks to an unhealthy relationship with the internal vulnerable. So the fact that this is masculine recognizing that the tendency of masculine energy to objectify everything is what I mean by a wand problem, which is the modality by which the energy is always looking to switch out the work that they're supposed to be doing internally by trying to find something external in order to project it out upon, right? And when masculine realizes this, they catch themselves doing it a lot more. If you're a healed masculine, you're like, oh, I'm doing it again. Right? The energy goes and often the sound of healing is just catching yourself falling into a bad pattern much more frequently, right? You're not going to wake up one day and be like, oh, I don't do that thing anymore. No, it doesn't happen like that. It's like, nuts, right? You catch yourself. Right? You catch yourself moving into those modalities. You catch yourself falling into those unhealthy habits. So what we effectively identify for a lot of the energy that's doing this work is potentially getting very aware of their own energetic tendencies, and not even the space by, and the thing about it is, like, once you become aware of tendencies, then when you see another person that isn't aware of them, it feels like caricature, right? It feels like farce, because it feels like it's like the masculine energy that's healing, that is absolutely exhausted of performative masculinity that makes masculinity look very silly, right? That's what happens. Like, it's literally, it's the energy that has to sit there and deal, right? Like, that's the energy of this is the healed masculine looking at unhealed masculine and being like, you are embarrassing me. You are embarrassing us. Okay, you are embarrassing, right? Because it's the energy that goes, oh, like, that's like, it feels the connection point, and it's visceral, right? It's visceral and it's embarrassing. So this is a lot of the energy that often feels like that. And the reason they feel like that is because they feel the proximity to the energetic association that others build into when they see the energy, right? When they see the energy that is so busy trying to perform masculinity, that it's clear that there isn't any masculinity there, right? Because and this is the thing about it, like, even in the modality by which, right? The modality by which we have to, like, we build into it is the space by which we celebrate, right? When you know that you adore something, you celebrate the performance of it, right? You don't try to articulate, right? You don't try to articulate upon the fact that you're within it so strongly that you're trying to hurt. Like, if you have to hurt another person to prove that you're energetically something, then you're probably not that thing, right? Because that is the space by which you're trying to prove it under duress, right? Continuing to get clarification, moving towards feminine. And we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck right now. Actually, no, I think we're going to be utilizing, yeah, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of feminine right now. Yeah, 3 cards. Oh, and they're falling in. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, we've got the we've got the Knight of Swords and it's upright. We've got the Ace of Pentacles, and we've got the 8 of Wands and its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're seeing, because the one thing that we're identifying here for a lot of this is a lot of grounded energy in the heart space of feminine. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And a lot of the energy that we're potentially seeing is, and I like this too, because like, and I kind of like, I do love the Aquarian Tarot, because there's like, it's the observation of the ability to carry the authenticity of one's feelings, right? And how difficult that work is, right? The work that we do to convey our energetic feelings is some of the hardest work that we can achieve, right? Because it takes a lot of work to be vulnerable. And there's something important that we identify, that I feel like a lot of the energy identifies in relationality to being able to understand the significance and the power of being able to effectively convey to another, right, what something means to us. And I got to tell you right now, the thing about that is, for feminine energy, and this is often what happens, the space by which another person feels that they can only convey what they really mean when they're under duress is often the space by which a feminine builds into the context of closure, because it shouldn't take, right? It shouldn't take that much work to express something, right? That the modality by which it shouldn't have to take that much work, because it specifically speaks and means that the observation of what it is that we ourselves try to bring forth, right? That sense of energetic stabilization. And this is often why, right? This is often why feminine, right? When feminine says, like, they don't chase, like when we talk about we don't chase, we, like when one says we don't chase, we attract, it's not about that. It's the understanding. It's not about chasing. It means it shouldn't feel, right? It shouldn't feel like you have to exhaust someone or energetically like beat someone down or chase after someone to get energetic clarity on things. And often the space by which we feel that is the feminine energy that moves away from situations absolutely exhausted, right? Because that is the feminine that says, moving, like, it's not and another person saying like, oh, well, you know, here, I'm finally ready, right? And this is often because when feminine often hears the word I'm finally, it's already too late, right? Like, that is the tragedy of a lot of feminine energy. It's the modality by which another person says finally, and feminine is already out the door, down the street, miles away, because it is the understanding and the recognition by which it should not create the space by which another person has to energetically abandon hope in things in order to see something move forward, and like to a certain degree. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy going through experiences like that, right? This is often the space by which the feminine articulates upon the observation that those who dwell in finally, right? Like those who dwell in finally often will be taking the things that they know that they're supposed to be giving us consistently, right? And they try to move it into the observation of a gift, right? So it's like, it's the energy that's like the space by which another person says, I'm finally, another person being like, there's not supposed to be any finalitude in something that you're supposed to offer consistently. Like that is the shape of a lot of the feminine's healing journey. And the modality by which, and I keep on seeing this, the space by which feminine finally moves away from something and another person tries to articulate that they're abandoning them in their hour of need, that's the feminine articulating that that is often the feminine that has been in a needy space the entire time, right? That's the feminine that's like the need is reciprocated. But often those that again, when another person has finally energetically departed from something, that is not the time to energetically try to deliver something that another person has been waiting upon the entire time. But you'll often see that, and it often doesn't feel like a gift at that moment. It feels, right? It feels like a final, like it feels like a kick, right? It almost feels like an extra kick out the door in the context of the feminine that recognizes that that was there the entire time, and another person is only offering it at the moment by which they see the feminine's departure, right? An imminent departure should not be the catalyst for something that should be energetically consistent. This brings us to the energy, the non-binary energy. In the heart space of non-binary, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. All bottom of the deck today. We've got the Queen of Wands in its upright, the Moon card in its upright, okay, ooh la la, and the Page of Cups in its upright. And so, you know, there's something important. There's something a little salty right now in the heart space of non-binary energy. We're going to talk about it. And the thing about it is, and I want to kind of describe this, you know, here's like, it's a beautiful thing knowing thyself, you know, because the funniest thing that will happen when you know the self is another person will try to throw an insult at you that's a compliment, you know. Never will you know that you're in such like a wild world than when another person throws an insult at you and you catch a compliment. It's like it's giving me a lot. It's like it's a lot of that. Like it's a space by which, you know, and it's a space by which you see the nature of another person's sickness. That when they hurl like you'll never see somebody more sick than someone that's throwing around insults that everybody else is catching as compliments, which is the modality by which another person, like it's the modality by which another person screams something out of fear, and another person being like, "Are you okay?" Because that's something that's like somebody's like, "You're happy all the time," like, you know what I mean, like that type of energy, like you know, like why aren't you like, you know, it's like it's that type of stuff, and it's like, and I want to describe it. This is a continuation of what we are seeing, which means like we can't fix other people's hearts, but that's the funny thing about projection. Like when someone's projecting, then you usually are very quick to see what the problem is, right? And often the space by which another person's projecting, like when you see somebody that's deep within their own projections, they will be effectively, that is usually the highest sign of it. Someone who is hurling around insults and everybody else is catching bizarre compliments, right? And the bizarreness is the venom, right? The bizarreness is the venom by which another person is stating what another person aspires to find within themselves. So we see that for a lot of the energy kind of working through those experiences, right? It's like it's giving a lot of observe, don't absorb, right? Like it's almost like the energy being like almost repeating, being like, am I clear? Like I thought that we were working towards that. You know what I mean? Like I see somebody being like, Right? Like that's the observation of helping another understand, right? Like this is the energy that's very quick to assess what is and is not healthy. Continuing to get clarification, moving back into the heart space of masculine. And we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot right now for the heart space of masculine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. What do we got here? We got, yeah, that makes sense. So we've got the so we've got the Judgment card. We've got the Tower card. These are some heavy cards for masculine right now. And we've got the Hierophant. So, oh my goodness. And here's the thing, like it's really, let's talk about like these 3 cards together. Like I gotta stress this. Like these 3 cards together is some heavy stuff that we see in the hearts, in the unconscious of masculine. Like these 3 cards together are like, I want to describe this as like heavy foreboding. And here's the thing about it. Foreboding energy is the foreboding. Okay? Do you ever notice that? The energy that is always going around in fear is, right? The energy that's always going around telling everybody to fear everything is the force of fear, right? The energy that's constantly going around, afraid, articulating upon the fact that everyone is in danger is the force of danger. The energy that is always going around articulating that everyone is in danger is the force of danger. The energy that is always going around articulating that everyone is in danger is the force of danger. I don't know how many more times we can say this because that is the observation. Because what happens? The energy creates the self-fulfilling prophecy of danger, right? Because remember what we articulated before we started today's reading, which is what you avoid, you become, right? The work that you do to try to avoid something creates the shape by which you're creating it because you're avoiding it so much that you're energetically inadvertently erecting it. So the modality by which, right, the fallacy that often occurs with energy that is often, because again, an overactive ego is always energetically afraid, right? An overactive ego is always articulating the fact that the self is in too much danger, right? Or that the energy that one cares about is in a perpetual state of danger. So then you create this false construct about what it is that you energetically fear. You erect a false creation of energetic fear around you, or you build in your own head a story of energetic fear that then you look for others to embody, right? And there it is, the thing that does not exist that you energetically create because you're so energetically wary upon it that you then go around and you look for it, right? And then you energetically look to energetically create it. And so you're literally, right? This is why it's so important that we articulate that the only thing to fear is fear itself, because that fear, if it's not calibrated with a sense of proportionality, is what will effectively create the fear that you're so energetically afraid of, right? The modality by which one articulates or creates that expansiveness. So this is a lot of the energy that often articulates, and this is why we see the masculine that gets so frustrated, because it's often the energy of masculine that constantly feels that masculine energy as it is in danger, right? As if it ever could be. As if masculine energy could ever be in danger. What does that even mean? If you're embodying something, it can't be in danger, right? It's not, there's no force that can put a force in danger. If another person, if you are embodying it. But it's very interesting, isn't it? For somebody who has a very fragile connection to their masculinity that will always scream about the fact that they feel like the masculinity is in danger, because it's not the masculinity that's in danger, that's outside of the self. It's not the masculinity that they're feeling the danger with that's outside of the self. It's their sense of masculinity that they feel is being threatened. It is their sense of masculinity that feels that it is getting threatened. It is their personal connection to it. So even in the space by which the energy, right, you never will you see someone more fragile in something that they're embodying than the fact that they articulate that it's in danger if another person is holding it in a different way, right? If something that you embody is in danger because you see someone holding it a different way, it's not that that thing's in danger, but maybe your relationship to your connection to what you believe it to be might need calibration. For feminine energy, 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, please. 3 cards, 1, 2, 3, come on. We got here the 9 of Swords in its reversal, the Fool card in its upright. I like me a Fool card, its reversal. And we've also got the Devil card. Oh my goodness, this is wild. I got a lot. Okay, let me get through it, guys. So masculine right now has got, if you're a tarot nerd, make sure you go take a look at today's spread. I'll have it posted on the stack when I post the podcast. Masculine, we got double 4s going on, double 4 of Swords. Feminine, we got double Devil. So the thing about it is, and I just need to stress this, like the thing about like the thing, and this is feminine energy, absolutely exhausted. This is energy having to articulate to another, saying, feminine's like, I would like to introduce you to understanding that feminine is terrified of energy that wants to protect feminine. That there is nothing, that the sound of danger, the sound of danger entering a feminine space is somebody who feels that they can protect feminine better than feminine can protect themselves. The most dangerous force that feminine will ever experience in their entire experience is energy that says, why won't you let me protect you? And the key words being let me, feminine energy being traumatized over and over again by energy that hurts feminine and tries to articulate the fact that they're trying to be nice to feminine. The modality of that being the shape of the hurt that feminine experiences, the modality by which not to say that there aren't cases by which there are serious situations by which feminine is hurt by someone that articulates the fact that they do not like or that they detest feminine energy, but the modality by which the feminine is constantly barraged by energy that tries to articulate that they're doing something completely unacceptable, something mortifying, something terrible for the sake of feminine energy. This is the feminine energy articulating how contemptible that is. That we don't do anything for anyone without mutual consent. Because if there's something that you're doing for another person and you've convinced yourself that it's for their benefit, but you also don't want to tell them that you're doing it because you have a feeling that they would not be okay with it, that's not something you're doing for that person. That's not something you're doing for that person. That is something that you're doing for yourself. And the modality by which, right, and I keep on seeing this, healthy energy is not in the space by which one has to convince oneself that one is doing something in the best interest of another, right? And the fact that you have to convince yourself that you're doing it in the best interest of another is usually the sign that it's not for them. It's probably for you. It's probably for you. And this is the feminine energy that is perpetually trying to articulate the absolute exhaustion of feminine energy, feeling like they are standing in a room and they are being spoken about as if they are not there. Feminine energy is absolutely exasperated with the conversation of feminine that happens around the feminine, when instead of just asking the feminine what they would energetically prefer. That is how broken situations are when there is energy that recognizes and realizes that all could be healed with a healthy conversation, but insecure energy will try to articulate that they're doing things for another on another person's behalf instead of speaking to them directly about it. Never will the feminine feel less, right? Never will the feminine feel less held than in modalities or situations by which that is energetically occurring. Because that is not the feminine that feels that they are being taken into consideration. That is the feminine that feels like energy is effectively not considering how they feel about things. Bottom under unconscious for non-binary right now, 3 cards. 3 cards, please. What do we got here? And we'll be utilizing the, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for the unconscious of non-binary. We've got here, yeah, the 8 of Cups in its reversal. Double moon cards. Today's reading is wild. Okay, and if you're a tarot nerd, I would encourage you to go look at today's spread because I'm going to say it again. All right, and they're right underneath each other. So I'll just show you guys before we continue. Masculine's got double 4s right now of swords. Okay, feminine has double devil energy here, right? And non-binary, double moon, right underneath each other. Okay, and the third card, 2 of Cups in its reversal. I feel like for a lot of this energy, what we're potentially seeing is working through the clarity and like knowing the self fully is not, it can often feel like a heavy weight is what I keep on seeing. And the reason we see that I keep on hearing a heavy but important weight, because it's the modality or the experience by which the energy often navigates situations with a sense, like I just keep on seeing like it's like it's working. I keep wondering they're working through straight line approaches to things, which is often the modality by which, and I want to describe this. It's not the fact that they don't have emotions, but it's the fact that they hold their emotions very logically. And the reason I see that a lot of that energy works through like logical approaches as it relates to their emotions is, I want to describe this. I feel like a lot of that energy has always been logical, but often the space by which another person tries to articulate, like tries to bring one into, right? Like another person tries to bring one into the space by which one feels that emotions are not logical. I feel like that is the conversation that I see a lot of the energy saying, which is emotions are logical, which doesn't mean you can carry logic and also be emotional, right? That logic is not cold. Logic is emotional, because when we're striving for logic and another person isn't being logical, then it makes perfect sense to be emotional about it, because it's the emotionality that comes through when another person is not making any energetic sense. But you'll often see, right? You'll often see this energy that will often feel like having to heal their own relationship to their emotions because, right, Trauma spaces will try to condemn you for having emotion in illogical circumstances, right? The experience by which another person does not concentrate as to why one is upset, but tries to point to the fact that one is upset as it relates to being the problem, right? That is the energy that often recognizes the toxicity of unhealthy energy, right? The toxic circle of unhealthy energy that will often try to get a rise out of someone, right? And then will try to articulate that there's something wrong with them, specifically because they're energetically upset, recognizing that there's nothing wrong with being upset if something is wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong in being upset if there's something profoundly wrong occurring. So this is a lot of the energy that is potentially articulating upon that and the understanding. And I feel like in a way they're healing their relationship to their emotions with the noticing the quality. And you can usually see this, right? Someone who gets overly fixated on the fact that they see emotions within us, but does not want to speak upon the reason that the emotions are there, right? The modality or the experience. And I feel like this is the energy. When they see that quality in another person, they don't stick around. This is the energy that says some conversations you don't need to stay in. When you see somebody who does that, right? When you see somebody who overly concentrates upon the quality of you having emotions as if that was the problem, that's the danger zone, right there. There's that unhealthy person. There's that unhealthy person that may go around trying to find triggers and then trying to blame another person for being energetically triggered when they've just been trying to trigger them over and over and over again. So we see that for a lot of that energy, when they observe and don't absorb, I feel like it's not just the fact that they themselves have healed from experiences like that, but they help others, right? They articulate that quality and condition to those around them in the same way, saying when another person is upsetting you, but will not talk about the reason you're upset, but rather is overly concerned about the fact that you are, pay attention. Pay attention. Look for direction, right? Pay attention. Look for direction. Don't feed into, right? Don't feed into the energetic narrative that they're trying to create in relationality to articulating the fact that there's something wrong with having feelings in the first place, because we're supposed to have feelings. They're there to protect you, mostly from energy like that. Bottom of the deck on these readings for masculine, Smith-Waite Centennial deck, Temperance in its reversal, right? And this is a lot of the energy. Like I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy right now, this Temperance in its reversal is working through. It's working through the energetic activation point in terms of understanding and recognizing what it feels like to be cared for, right? And the thing about it is masculine energy understands that healthy relationship is not the space by which we have to articulate upon the fact that we have to do everything, but the ability to communicate what our needs are so that they can be received, right? There's no way, this is why we have to heal our relationship to vulnerability if we want the best relationship. You will have the best relationship before you. And if you don't have your vulnerability in good shape, you will ruin that relationship, because instead of asking, you will be waiting. And all you have to do is ask, and you will energetically receive. So this is a lot of the energy that's potentially working through experiences of that in that way, and also understanding that the ability, I told you, that working through that wand issue, working through that wand issue, which is understanding it's good to ask for things. Because when we ask, then the universe is able to answer, right? But it only starts when we build into that positive communication. For feminine right now, bottom of the deck, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot, 10 of Swords in its upright, right? Feminine is tired of having to get, if something requires feminine to get it by being exhausted, feminine doesn't want it, right? The reward, feminine understands that in a trauma situation, the reward that feminine receives is rest. The rest that they should have had the whole time, right? That the rest is not a reward, right? Rest is not like, not a little rest is treat. Rest is supposed to be there the whole time. So energy that recognizes or identifies that spaces that effectively identify that rest is the reward are often the definition of trauma spaces. And so that's why we see a lot of feminine energy that is prioritizing their rest more. Because if the feminine is giving them, not like overly resting, right? But the modality by which the feminine is able to find energetic rest, or allow the context by which they themselves take, right, those taking more restive approaches to things. This is the feminine energy that is learning to prioritize their rest more, because when the feminine energy prioritizes their rest more, they're able to see the energy that cares about them, right? When you start prioritizing your rest, be prepared to see the energy that cares about you. And on non-binary, bottom of the deck, 7 of Pentacles. So I feel like this is the energy that's learning to take slower approaches to things. And I think that there's something important about that. As it relates, as it relates to building into, and I'm not surprised to see this too, because we've got that new moon in Taurus coming up, but the ability to effectively prioritize the time that is needed to do things is what I keep on seeing. It's the observation or the space by which we effectively identify and recognize. And I feel like in a way, this is some non-binary energy trying to work on bandwidth, right? And bandwidth is sometimes difficult because, again, very much the same way. If one needs bandwidth to do something, then how others navigate that bandwidth tells one all one needs to know as to whether you're in successful territory. So I feel like there's something about bandwidth, or something about trying to create bandwidth, or trying to modify or streamline systems, because I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that is perpetually looking for efficiencies. And those efficiencies start with, I keep on seeing, like, the efficiencies are found with understanding that time is not found, it's made. Time is not found, it's made, which means it often the space by which we feel like we're trying to find time for things is often the space we have to recognize we have to start making time for something. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do so there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent tarot class. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have studied or learned thus far. You'll also, if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as a discount on the full year's worth of classes and the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship reading with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey. And please keep in mind with those classes, I take a very limited amount of students, so that is a gift that I'm able to offer those who become the founding members. I would also encourage you as well, even if you're not following, even if you don't become a subscriber, to give me a follow over on the Stack, because that's where we post each day's readings. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, where you can basically find out what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just wrote one recently on this new full moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on navigating the new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter with that galaxy. Deeply appreciated. And thank you so much, Avatar. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. Correction, you'll be the 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you're joining us across the other apps today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you are entitled to the same benefits I mentioned for subscribers if you are a paid member. So thank you as well as that free reading each day. And for those who are joining me over on the place where we keep the photos, I would love to be able to offer that. I need your help in order to do that. Anyone who gives me a follow there is going to be receiving an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. Basement, thank you so much for the follow. Here's your affirmation. Until you can understand that nothing can happen to you, nothing can ever come to you or be kept from you, except in accord with your state of consciousness, you do not have the key to life. Paul Twitchell from the Flute of God. Thank you so much, dear. And again, thank you. Anybody who gives me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos, you'll be getting that affirmation. If you're already following me there and you would still like to have an affirmation, share the live with 3 friends and comment share, and I'll be happy to give you one as well. Excellent. Continuing right now. Thank you for joining us, Kira, and thank you as well, Bird. I don't know if you guys are having any issues with sound over on the place where we keep the videos. I'm not sure why that might be the case, but we are streaming on the place where we keep the photos as well as the clock app. And if anybody else can confirm if that's happening, I would appreciate it. All right. Hi, you're so welcome, Conchita. Conchita, I need you to be a little bit clearer with your statements coming through. I'm having a hard time understanding what you're trying to communicate. Thank you for the compliment, Bridget. Chris, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, Red, for the follow. And thank you, Avatar, for those targets. Nobody's got time for dwelling. Yeah, that must mean the ex is looking at new profiles, sending you support, Bridget. Oh, that's wild, Dada. Absolutely. And thank you, Francis, for reposting. Healed masculine is getting the ick with unhealed masculine. That's what I was seeing in the reading. Absolutely. You have a good one, Dada. Have a great day, dear. I'm finally is found under ick in the dictionary. Exactly. Sad. Exactly. Thank you, Avatar. I feel that. Yeah, exactly. I had a person say to me the other day when somebody say that to me the other day when someone nicked your car door. They expected me to get all upset about it and ruin everyone's day over it. Ignorance is not bliss. How you doing today, Prince? Exactly. Oh, I enlightened you on something. I'm very glad to hear that, Avatar. And Adam, thank you for joining and thank you for those heart me's, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you are on the clock app and would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Thank you for those gifts, Adam. Saxophones playing indeed, Ryan. My life, thank you, Avatar. And Tello, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Ella. And thank you for reposting, Tello. Very, very funny, Bridget. I was thinking the same thing. Knowing the self fully can feel very isolating. Today's message, wow. Thank you for receiving it, Avatar. Thank you as well, Tallow. Well, and again, if you need to rehear them, Tallow, I do have them posted as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. Oh, I can't believe you have a book of them, dear. They're scared of their emotions. But here's the thing. If you observe that that's the case, that's the first step from healing from it. Good afternoon, Heather. Soft era, tap to claim. If you love someone, let them sleep. I love that. That's the first time I'm hearing it. I adore that, Avatar. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you for being a part of it. Daniel, thank you for the follow. And thank you for those heart me's, Glam and Tallow. Thank you for sharing the live. Grand Rising, dear. Good to see you today. You're so welcome, Avatar. And Loveland, thank you for sharing the live. Well, again, if you're interested in growing your understanding of tarot, Tallow, we've got tarot class this week. So our next tarot class is going to be Friday for paid Stack subscribers. You can find the links in my bio. No worries. Grand Rising, Minnie. Oh, it's okay. You know where to find it. Excellent. And thank you so much for the follow, Lucas. Good. Grand afternoon, Jerika. The list right now, Ivana, if you get on it, you'll be the 6th person read for. We're about to get started. First person on the list for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the 6th person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm happy to read the list for anyone who's asking about the list. Just bear with me one moment. Also, please remember we are doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. For anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on my list today via the same methods, the tree that has binks in it in my bio. And if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same benefits that I have stated for subscribers. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back as well. The list we have right now is Tate, Vanessa, Cheddar, Stella, and Catherine. Perfect. And Tate, you're the first person we're reading for today. Athena, I am happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so I just need you to send the donation, and I'll be happy to read on you. Or Althea. But I do need to ask you not to continue to post the same question over and over again. It's not polite to those who are communicating. It also goes against our protocols that you'll find pinned up on my profile. This will be my final request for you to respect the rules of the chat space. Thank you. Thanks for the help, Nikki. I appreciate you. And I'm going to pin up Tate here, friends. Make sure to give Tate some love before we get started on Tate's reading. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do it again after the next reading. And we're doing an energetic read on that individual. Can I get 4 cards, please? And more. June. And 1 more, please. Where is it? There they are. Oh, wow. You know, I feel like I see somebody who's not sure whether they want to stay somewhere or not. There's a lot of anxiety here. Like a lot of anxiety. And I feel like I see somebody who's really energetic, like really frustrated. Because I almost see somebody who had like they had a plan. They had a very good plan. And something, it feels like somebody confounded that plan in a very profound way. It also, it's weird too, I keep on getting I need to tell you, there's something to be said, we can end things without going to war about things, and that's what I almost see somebody navigating. There's nothing worse than ending a relationship and seeing an ugly side of another person is what I'm identifying. And I feel like there's something about this person's past where they had something like that happen in a profound way. In a profound way. Because I just keep on hearing somebody we can end a relationship. I feel like we can end a relationship and still be on good terms. unless there is somebody, right? Like, unless there's somebody around us that, like, I keep on seeing, like, when another person tries to build into, like, generating sympathy for themselves rather than being honest about the fact that something wasn't working, you know, I feel like I see somebody working through, like, I see somebody working through the modality of not only being genuinely frustrated about the fact that some of their plans are not, like, things are not working out the way that they expected. But I also see somebody who's, like, maybe, like, genuinely afraid of someone in their past who they don't know if they can fully trust, you know, because it feels like, and it's not related to you, mind you. I have to stress this. Like, all of this, nothing I said here, and even like the yawn I just came out of nowhere. Nothing I said here is relating to you, but I feel like that's the hard part because it feels like you're not getting the best version of them. You know, I feel like I see somebody dealing with all that and not wanting to, not wanting it to affect you. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they were keeping it from you, because I almost feel like it's something by which they understand, like, and I would be very curious if this person is like, if it feels like they're being a little cagey about something, or it feels like they're not, like, if it feels like they're not really fully revealing, like, everything around them. I feel like it's almost somebody trying to, like, generate, like, someone who's trying to generate a sense of confidence at a moment that they really don't feel confident. And I also see, like, I almost feel like I see somebody who's, like, thinking and saying, I hope you're on the other side of this, right? Which is like, and the best way I can describe it is I almost see somebody who doesn't want to start something if they don't feel like they're on sure footing, right? Like, I see a situation of someone who doesn't want to start something unless they're on sure footing because they feel some kind of anxiety that could potentially ruin it. But I feel like there's something important there because I almost see somebody who's looking at something and saying that there's potential. You know, like, that's like, this is the card I see that they are effectively looking at when they see you. And I feel like a lot of that potential, right? And I show you, I've got all these cards here, right? Like, this is somebody who is, like, it almost gives me the space, like, I'll put it this way. I don't know if this person's fresh out of a relationship. But the hard part is when I see somebody getting out of a relationship like this, like, I like to describe this as like a clawed partnership, which is there's some relationships when they're so toxic, you realize that even as you extricate yourself, you're going to get scratched, right? There's going to be claws. You know, there's going to be claws digging into you. There's going to be claws that are reaching out to try to hurt the energy around someone, and it shouldn't be like that. Like, you know yourself. It should, like, that's what I mean. Healthy maturation is the space by which we can separate with the same maturity that we came together. And I wish, like, I could say every relationship was like that, but I see somebody that still feels like they're trying to, like, they're almost trying to, move away from a clawed partnership, which is the anxiety by which they're trying to put enough time and distance from something, by which another person doesn't try to reach out and hurt, like somebody who's in association to them. And so that's the only thing I'm seeing in relationality to another's reservations, and that's what makes me feel frustrated to do this reading, because I almost see somebody who would love nothing more than to try to move into something with you. But at the same time, I almost see them, like, I don't know if this has already happened, if there's been some situations by which they've tried to move on from someone and that person has tried to like damage, like straight up try to bring damage to the relationship. I feel like that's the hardest thing that I'm seeing there, because it almost feels like somebody who feels like they can't get out from under another person who's trying to tear their life asunder. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it feels like obsessive energy. And I think you would understand. The funny part is, I feel like they probably could tell you about it, and you would be like, you would know all about it. Like that's the funny thing about it. That's the irony of the situation. If this person told you, you would be like, I know very well. You could write a book on it. You know what I mean? Like you know situations like that. You know? Like I see the fact that you are like you understand it. And here's the thing, you wouldn't take it personally. You know? But I feel like, I don't know what happened the last time this person was together with somebody, but I literally see somebody who walked away from them by saying, I can't deal with this type of drama in my life. Right? I see somebody, like the last relationship that they were in, somebody saying like, I can't deal with this. I don't know what this drama is, but I didn't sign up for it. Like it's giving me a lot of that type of energy. So I feel like this person's going to come out and like articulate to you more about it. I talked to them about some of their past relationships or some of the hardships that you've had moving away from a toxic relationship, which is often the space by which it's giving me like, it's really giving me like the type of energy where it's like I hear somebody saying like, if you never want to see me again, why are you following me? Like that type of energy. Like if you are like, it's like I see somebody being like, you have to make up your mind. You either hate me or you love me, right? You either, it's like when we never get over, we let go, because the worst thing that we do is we say, I'll never get over and I'll never let you go, which is the modality by which another person is just like, I see somebody being like, they're almost waiting for another person to find their happiness for the sake and the hope that they can start pursuing theirs again, is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like if anything, you're going to understand that, right? I almost see being like, you saying like, say less, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, is very common for those who need these messages to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 20.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hold on a moment. Rodrigo sounds spicy. I need to get a box like that. Oh, I know. Isn't it nice? Yeah, my partner got it for me for Christmas a few years ago. It's really nice. I highly recommend it. I should post a video on it. It's really, really nice. Yeah. Yeah, the box, it's hard to see with the angle, but it holds all my cards. I'll try, maybe I'll make a video on it so you guys can see it. Oh, that's beautiful, Dua. Excellent. I have some like that. Yeah, I can know this one is like hand carved. It's really beautiful. Yeah, they're running for the hills. It's not, but here's the thing about it. Like it feels like they're running for the hills with good reason. You know? Like it has not I literally I see somebody who's feeling agonized with their connection to you because they would love like I feel like they're like I'll point out sometimes I see energy waiting because they're not sometimes I see energy waiting because they're not ready for a relationship. There's something else going on here. Like this is not them. This is not about them not being ready. This is them about like literally they're really concerned about the state of their life or their world right now or the energy around them. And so I feel like they're trying to be very protective of you. Yeah, absolutely. And Betty, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, like you understand. That's what I meant, Tate. Like you've been there. You get it. Thank you for also receiving these messages, White Star. To get a reading, Miss Y, all you do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it, my Lio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, dear. Absolutely. And thank you again, Tate, for having that reading with me. We are going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Absolutely lovely time to get on the list right now. And if you are interested in joining us across the other apps, we read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. If you have information that's relevant for the purpose of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Next person on the list for today is Vanessa. Vanessa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. Hi there, Vanessa. How you doing today? I got you. And before we continue right now with Vanessa's read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, got 8, I got it, Ivana. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. 3 cards for Vanessa, please. You can't, I mean, it's funny too because like, and it's funny too because like your angelic is trying to help you understand. You cannot convince someone to trust you. There's nothing sillier. There's nothing sillier on this earth. Like like there's nothing, there's no context by which you can convince someone else to trust you. They have to take that risk. And the thing about it is I see somebody here who has been hurt before. And the thing about it is it's really weird to see somebody it's really weird to see somebody, I don't know why this is coming through, but I just keep wondering, it's really weird to see somebody holding on desperately to nothing. And I feel like there's something important about that. Because when we are afraid, right? When we are afraid of doing something, we will find any small gesture, any small, like the smallest, most minute detail to identify why, right? To identify why we are not comfortable with something. That's not your fault. Healthy relationship does not require us to be perfect. But often somebody who does not desire relationship, like often someone who does not desire relationship will try to use the fact that another person is not perfect as an excuse not to be in one. I want you to write that down. Healthy relationship does not require us to be perfect. But somebody who does not truly desire a relationship will try to articulate that our lack of perfection is why they can't have one with us, failing to recognize the fact that they can't admit that they don't want one. And I feel like that's really important, especially, I keep on saying especially, if this is the energy that is really quick to point out your flaws. Especially if this is someone, like I keep on hearing, if this is energy that like goes, like energy that goes too hard on the smallest detail, right? Because that's a control issue, right? And when another person is constantly, like when another person is constantly picking away at us, or the modality by which, like, they'll always articulate and be like, I'm trying to help you. Their opinion, right? It's not, because often the things that they say I'm trying to help you with are things that are energetically intentional. None of this, if you just did this, you would look a lot better, no. None of that, right? Like, not the energy that tries to articulate, right? Not the energy that tries to articulate that they're giving you a compliment. There's nothing complimentary about somebody who is perpetually overanalyzing you. There is nothing complimentary about overanalysis, because overanalysis is somebody saying, I'm trying to make you more perfect. If they haven't asked you what your opinion of perfect is, that is them trying to change you. So it's not a small thing. Because the thing about this that I'm seeing is this person is very caring, but this is something that's hurt them in relationship over and over again. And the space by which another person tries to articulate the fact that they haven't, I keep on hearing the energy go, I wasn't trying to do anything wrong. You were trying to what? I was just trying to help. You were trying to help them. Did they ask for the help? No. Oh, no. Okay. So you are allowing your opinion to override their energetic feelings upon something, right? You are allowing your opinion to try to override their energetic opinions about things, which is the modality by which we don't pick away, right? We don't pick away with pieces of advice. Advice is avarice. if it's not asked for. Advice is avarice if it's not asked for, which is the modality by which, right, another person is perpetually giving advice that is not asked for, that then another person takes personally because it's not informed upon what they're seeking to do, but rather what another person is seeing. So their advice feels like perpetual criticism. So if you're experiencing that, and often that same energy, the way you can usually tell it is the moment you try to do it back to them, they'll say, "How dare you?" You can't be, it's not reciprocal, right? If there's not a reciprocity there, if something they're giving you, they at the same time could not receive, then it's inappropriate for them to be giving it to you in the first place. And I feel like it's really important because these cards I'm seeing here, and it's interesting because I don't know why, you guys share the same angelic guide. And the thing about it is I feel like there's something about that angelic guide that feels like they're giving them, I feel like they keep on trying to give them in some way, shape, or form warnings that they need to cut it out. Is what I keep like this is the energy that's just like, you know, like I see somebody. And so the thing about it, and I think that the way you can help somebody with this, if you're, I mean, again, if you're feeling inclined to help them, is explaining, right? Is explaining to them, because I feel like nobody's explained it to them, right? That the sound of somebody getting exhausted with another person, it's a quiet retreat. The sound you will hear when somebody's sick of something is never the fact that they're sick of it. It'll be a very quiet journey away from somebody in the space by which another person is fed up with another person's perpetual unsolicited advice. So I feel like the space by which you say something to someone about it, you have to say, listen. And I feel like this is the way you have to do it. You say to them, I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm saying this to help you. I've noticed a pattern, and I want to inform you about it because I believe I'm not the only person that may have felt this way before. And the modality by which you can help them, you can heal them by showing it to them in a way that you can say to them that not the space by which you get upset by them, but saying, I'm like, if you get to the point where you're like, I can't tolerate anymore, being like, listen, I'm going to show this to you so that hopefully you can heal it with the next person, right? I'm showing this to you so that you can understand how that makes one feel. Because you'll literally, the problem with energy like this is they never know something is wrong until somebody brings it to their attention, right? The problem with energy like this is they can literally go through a clueless existence where they're like, oh, is it something that I said? But nobody's there. There's nobody there to respond and say, yeah. like the energy is like far gone at that point, right? Like the energy's far gone. So I feel like there's something about you saying to them, like, look, I'm about to be a very good friend to you. And saying to them, being a good friend is sometimes saying something that is uncomfortable to talk about, but I think you need to hear. Right? And I want to say, never will you be holding someone more dearly than when you have a conversation with someone of that nature. And how they hold that conversation tells you everything you need to know as to whether they are working to heal it. Because the only sound you should hear if someone is working to heal it is, I did not realize that. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. If they come back to you and say, how dare you, then there you go. You don't need to stick around any further, right? The awareness should be received with appreciation. If they lash out on you for it, remember, that's your confirmation that they also can't receive it. Remember? Like that is your confirmation that is something that they're choosing not to heal. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for having that reading with me. And if this, and you'll be helping, Angelic's like, and you'll be helping me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And Ivana, I got you on the list, dear. We're at 222 likes. Good to see you today, Julia. Yeah, we're both Pisces and born at the exact same time. So you are very well equipped to help them with it. But it doesn't mean you should, you're going to have to draw some lines, right? The thing about it is you shouldn't have to put up with it. Like you're the person that's like, look, like I get it, but you got to cut it out. Yeah. Bluey, to get a reading, it's 3 cards for $29 or more for non-subscribers. Links in my bio. Yeah, I'm to that point. I get it. I'm constantly telling him about himself, and their response, how can I show up or be better? Well, that's good, right? There's a good sign. Like there it is. Thank you for confirmation, right? Like you just stating that, them saying like, what do I need to do? Like that is showing the fact that they're willing to put in that effort. Yeah, absolutely, dear. And I hope that helps, because I literally see a situation I don't think they realize it, right? Like the word I kept on hearing is unsolicited, you know? And sometimes like that's like here to here, very little filter. Yes, absolutely. Any of those readings that you see there, dear. Yep, Michelle. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is, we've got Cheddar. Cheddar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Pere, thank you for the follow. Also, for those who are joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. For those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to the subscriber benefit of 4 cards for $23. And you'll also get a free 1 card reading each day if you're a paid member. I'd like to offer that service over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. I know it sounds wild. I need to get to 10,000 subscribers over on the place where we keep the photos in order to offer membership. So if you guys could take a moment today to give me a follow there and comment followed, I'll be happy to thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you can share the live there with 3 individuals, then I'll also give you that affirmation. Just comment, share it in the comments. I got you, Cheddar. Good to see you today. General, please. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, who am I seeing? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat. Oh man, what's going on here, Cheddar? Who is this? What is this nonsense? What is this nonsense I'm picking up? Ugh. I'm going to pin up Cheddar here, guys. Make sure to give Cheddar some love. 3 cards. Can't with this. Oh, good Lord. This is absurd. I can't. Absolutely not. Come on. This is absurd. This is like like you can't get anywhere. You can't get anywhere where everything is a power struggle. Well, some people insecure, when somebody is insecure, when someone is insecure, everything is a power struggle. And I know it's absurd, right? Because they will find power struggles where power struggles do not exist. They'll be like, would you like a sandwich? What did you mean by that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you mean I can't afford can't afford a sandwich? I did not say that you could not afford a sandwich. I was trying to offer. No, I'm fine. I don't need you. Like, you can't. You absolutely, when you are with someone insecure, the way you can usually tell that you are in an insecure environment is no good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. No good deed. And it shouldn't be like that. But when somebody is insecure, it sure feels like that. When somebody is insecure, you literally cannot offer them anything because their guard is up all the time. And you could be literally being trying to be the nicest, and the worst part is, the nicer you are to someone like that, why are you trying to butter me up? Oh, why are you trying to be sweet on me? Right? Oh, look at them trying so hard. Yeah, because you're being insane. Like, you're like I can't. You can't get anywhere with energy like this. And the hard part about it, I just need to say this, that you did not create that state and that person. They can't be around you. I don't mean this. I don't mean to over flatter you. You're too cool for them. Okay. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. Okay. I'm going to hold your hand. I'm going to hold your hand very carefully. Have you considered the possibility that they're not good around cool energy? Okay. Some people, I mean that with all the love in my heart. Okay? Because that's the hard part about it. Like, insecure energy can't navigate cool. Okay? And it sucks. I know, it's awful. It's right. I know you're not. I know you don't. You're not doing anything. I know you're not trying to. Right? Like, you're just being you. Right? And they're going like, I feel like they're going haywire. I want you to, like, the hard part about this, the hard part about a situation like this is, and you know what's going to happen. I'm just going to tell you now, okay? Right? Like, you're going to try to move away from this, right? Like, you're going to try to move away from some kind of situation here, and they're going to articulate, right? They're going to potentially articulate upon, like, they're going to articulate upon the recognition or the observation of the fact that, and it's like, and the way you can usually tell that this is not a positive situation is if it feels like there's literally nothing that you can do, right? If it feels like there's nothing that you can do beyond being entirely obsessed with someone, right? And the way you can usually tell that something is happening here, which is the modality, like, is the space by which, right? When the amount of attention that we are requiring is normal, then we can ask for it. I want you to write that down. When the amount of attention that we're energetically seeking is normal, then it's a conversation, right? Like, it doesn't have to be that hard, right? Like, it's just the space by which you can articulate upon, like, what is normal. But if there's a modality by which you're doing nothing, right? If you're doing nothing but trying to put attention into something. But even in the space by which you're trying to give something as much attention as you can, and another person is potentially like articulating or broadcasting to you that it's not enough, that they want more, that can often be indicative of someone who has a boundary issue, which is the circumstance or the situation by which, right, they're not energetically appreciating like what it is that you're trying to do, but at the same time, they're demanding more from you or of you. Bottom of the deck on this, you know, the hard part when you're creating healthy boundaries and experiences like that, someone will articulate upon the fact that you're being mean for having them. And it's not mean to have boundaries, right? There's nothing mean in having boundaries. And again, especially in the space by which you articulate upon, if the boundaries that you have are reasonable, then there's nothing about your own ability to articulate or state them that should be unreasonable, right? And the hard part about that is let those standards guide you, right? Which is saying to another person, right? Like, this is what you're available for, and this is what you're not. And even in the context by which, like, don't let them try to transform that conversation into something that they've done, because here's the thing about it. Our standards don't change based on another's actions, but often the space by which we have to bring our standards become boundaries. Our standards become boundaries when another person is perpetually violating them. So if this is a situation by which you articulated your standards over and over again, and another person did not heed them, then it's okay to dictate what those boundaries are. And the modality by which, I keep on pointing, we can tell when another person is honoring our standards in the space by which they don't perpetually make us repeat them. Or the space by which they act like nothing, that will like through one ear out the other. That's your, don't get in an argument about them. That be your closure, right? If they're not heeding your boundaries, you don't need to communicate with them further. But let the fact that they're not be the closure. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. We're also at 31.3K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And thank you, Perry, for sharing the live. Oh, so Perry, if you're looking for the affirmation, the sharing of this is over on the place where we keep the photos. So because I can't do memberships there, the ability to have an affirmation, if you go over to the place where we keep the photos, which starts with an INSTA, and give me a follow there, then I'll be happy to give you a free affirmation from the guidebook for the advanced soul. We do free 1-card readings here. We do free 1-card readings here for our super fans and subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan here, we'll be doing 1 cards. Absolutely. Hold on. And thank you for confirming the reading and sending you support on that journey, Cheddar. You're so welcome, dear. And Glenn, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on today's list is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also for anybody who'd care to join us today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for today. We read for here, highest priority messages from Spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channel. And before we continue right now, we've got we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? And one more. Nice job, Dada. Yeah, you know, the thing I keep on seeing that I think is really important is I think you're probably aware of the fact that you're closing a karmic cycle. And here's the thing about it. I wish I could tell you that closing a karmic cycle is all sunshine and rainbows, but it's not. The hard part about it is it's probably going to be you changing your perspective in relationality to what you see around you. And a lot of it, I feel like the hard part about that is I see a lot of energy specifically around you. And I want to point out bullying energy is rarely confrontational. Bullying energy is rarely confrontational because here's the thing about it. You have to be brave to be confrontational. Bullies are not brave. So when you recognize that you've got a lot of bullying energy around you, the thing about it is bullies will never come out and say to you, I'm bullying you. It would be nice if they did. It would be very nice if they did. It would make things a lot easier. It would make things a lot easier and more convenient. But the thing about it is bullies, like if bullies had the confidence to be confrontational, they wouldn't be bullies in the first place. Like if bullies had the confidence to be confrontational, they would not be bullies in the first place. And so I think what's interesting is I feel like a lot of the karmic closure that I see that's happening around you is, and I keep on getting, it's something to do with your 6th house placement. But the understanding of energy, like bullies will try to corral you into things, right? Bullies will be like, it'd be a lot cooler if you did, right? Like it'd be a lot cooler if you did. Or aren't you tired of having those feelings? Aren't you tired of having those dreams yet? Right? Like it's the space by which you understand that bullies deal in trying to make another person feel energetically ashamed for being the person that they are, right? That's why you also always see bullies around sycophants. Bullies have sycophants because the sycophants that you see around a bully are all of the people who effectively have lost their sense of themselves because they're not doing things because they aspire to, but doing something in order to please the bully who can never be pleased, right? It's a perpetual cycle of energetic misery, right? It's a vacancy, it's a void space. You've got the bully who has a void within them, right? Who feels big and feels better with the context of being able to feel like they can push others around, and then potentially utilizing the purposes of energetic shame to see others that effectively work towards pleasing them, right? Trying to be cool. There's nothing sillier than trying to be cool to a bully, because the only way that you become cool to a bully is if you become, if you just do whatever the bully wants you to do, right? That's the only way you become, the only way you become cool to a bully is if you become a sycophant. And when you realize that the only way that you become cool to a bully is if you become a sycophant, and the reason we say sycophant is because sycophants suck up to things, right? So sycophantic energy is often the energy that basically sucks up to a bully. So the modality by which you understand the karmic closure that I see that you're navigating is recognizing the fact that you're surrounded by bully energy, right? And then when you recognize that you're surrounded by bully energy, it's an understanding that anything that they say to you isn't what they actually feel about you, but they'll say anything to try to get you into the space by which you'll try to energetically suck up to them, which is potentially departing from your own purpose in order to energetically please them. So the hard part about that is, and this is what I keep on saying, and that's why I'm saying it's potentially a sixth health placement for you, because it's not even just coming from one direction. You're surrounded by it, like you were surrounded by it. And you should recognize that that dream that you have, right? Keep following that dream, right? And it's interesting too, because I get the message I want you to write down is, and it's coming directly from your angelic, the angels want you to fly. And it's interesting because they're telling me it's a koan. And a koan is something that we receive that can mean something on a lot of different levels. So your koan from your angelic is the angels want you to fly. And they mean that in many different ways, which is the understanding. And the first thing is want, right? And the first thing is understanding that the energy of, like, your angelic force wants you to want things. The first angelic space that they're saying is the angelic force wants you to want things, which is the energy that says, pay attention to the energy around you that will celebrate you being in a modality of wanting things, because you know that that is the energy that is aligned to your angelic guide. The other one is want you to, which is the modality by which, not this space by which they're articulating upon the fact that you shouldn't, right? The energy that says it would be better if, like, you're moving away from that if energy that says if you do this, you'll be more appealing. But the space that says you too, which is the modality by which they understand that they want you unified with someone who wants the same things as you. So they don't want you to have less than what they have, but wanting you to have the same. They want to share in the goodness with you. And fly is the modality by which you're moving towards your purpose, but you're also getting away from energy that would make you feel that way in the first place. Because that type of energy, the hard part about toxic energy is you just got to get away from it, because it wears you down. Being in a toxic environment is some of the worst thing that you can, like, you cannot change the nature of a toxic environment if others do not desire to change, but the ability to see it, to recognize it, allows you to be able to move through it in the space by which you're not allowing it to get the better of you, but you're understanding and recognizing what you need to put between you and the toxic environment to help you continue to pursue those dreams in the first place. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right? You have to understand too, you know, I feel like you might be seeing a lot of shifts right now as it relates to the relationships around you. Because this is often what we talk about. When you start healing, get ready for all of the unhealed relationships to fall to the wayside. It's not easy. But I feel like even now in the space by which we see you going through a lot of that transformational energy, remember, right? If you're following your dreams and you're losing friends in pursuit of that dream, they were not your friends in the first place. The only sound you should hear as you're bettering yourself with energy that cares about you is cheers, not jeers. And often the space, this is why your angelic wants you to hold on to that dream, because how others, like you're seeing things, aren't you? You're seeing things holding on to that dream. You're seeing things holding on to that dream that you didn't see before. So remember, that dream is clarifying, right? Don't try to change, right? Don't get upset or depressed if something that you're seeing there is painful to witness. Be grateful for for having the dream that helped you observe and recognize it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, Claire. Good to see you today. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Lamont. What if I'm non-confrontational, but absolutely not? Well, that's different. I mean, I have to point out, like it's you're only bully energy if you're non-confrontational, but trying to get people to do things that they don't desire to do. Okay. It's okay to be non-confrontational, but the combination of being non-confrontational, but then being very forceful, like that was what we were potentially reading there, LRI. Absolutely. Thank you for also receiving that message, Stella. And Bertrand, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Cosmic? Good to see you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, we've got Kath. Kath, thank you so much for those gifts today. You won our highest gifter today. So if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question, and if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 3rd person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to secure a reading, list is nice and short. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Kath, could you let us know while we wait for Kath's question to come through? Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. We'll do that after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin you up. All right, I'm going to do 1, and then I'm going to do the other. So this will be the first group, they'll be second. Okay? And we're doing an energetic check-in on 2 individuals, please. First one. Thank you. Second one. Wow. I mean, it's interesting because, like, the thing I keep on seeing around it is I feel like there's something important there that's happening. In relationality to, I feel like you need to take into account something that's happened with you. And it's interesting because I feel like, I don't know if you had a Saturn return recently, but I feel like there's been some kind of change in terms of how the energy is perceiving you. And I think it needs to be taken into, I feel like there's something there that needs to be taken into consideration because, and I've got you represented in both of these readings. And I'm just going to show you the cards so you can understand. In the first one, I see you in the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, okay? And with the second one, I see you with the King of Pentacles in its reversal. And what is the, like, and so we're going to start first. We're going to start first with this energy here. Because I see this person very, 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 just very, 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 very busy, right? And I need to point this out. Busy energy never takes another person's busyness personally, right? When someone is busy, like I just keep on seeing this, like when somebody's busy and they see somebody busy, they're like you go on with your bad self, right? So like I see somebody that is like they're I feel like they're very much in the same space that you are. However you're feeling about it, they're feeling about it. Like they're feeling about it too. Is what I keep on seeing. The thing I'm like, and this is what I need to point out here. This other person, there's something going on here. And the thing about it, it's not your responsibility to pry. It's not your responsibility to pry. And I want to describe like what I'm seeing here, and I'm just going to kind of work you through it. When we like and I feel like in a way like this is the hard thing. Like I see somebody who's basically they've isolated themselves. You know? And the reason I see a situation wherein another person has isolated themselves is, and this is the thing that's important about it. When we isolate ourselves, like the sound of us isolating ourselves is the sound of taking everything energetically personally, right? Like you, when you are isolating yourself, then everything is taken personally. And the thing about it is, when another person is going through self-isolation like that, you know, I see a situation by which it's like, like it doesn't create the space by which you can pry, but the space by which I almost see, like the thing I'm observing here is potentially like someone who asks us to pry in order to figure out what's going on has a boundary issue, is what I keep on seeing, right? And often when we see energy like that, it can often be the space by which, right, like another person comes into the space by which they're not putting, like, and I keep wondering if another person, like if another person isn't reaching out to do something, right? It's absolutely absurd to be upset if you want to do something with them and then getting upset that they're not reaching out to do it. If you understand that kind of absurd energy, which is like, it's giving a lot of that like space of saying that when we want to do things, then we articulate upon the energetic desire to connect, right? We just effectively put it forth. And so I feel like that is basically what I'm identifying here. Like I'm almost seeing a situation or circumstance by which another person is missing you or potentially waiting for you to reach out. But then it's like, I almost see a situation by which every time you try to reach out to them, they're too busy, right? Or they articulate they're not available. And so then you saying like, fine. And then them being like, why don't they want to hang out? And being like, but you did, right? Like, it's like you're constantly putting something forth. And another person, like, it's almost like that's what I'm seeing. And so meanwhile, the first person I'm seeing, and I want to point this out, the hard part with a situation like this is when one person's like this other person might be afraid to reach out to you because they know that this person will take it personally. Right? Right? Like the space by which, right? Like, do you see that situation? The space by which another person may feel like they are in a difficult situation because, and I want to point this out, like the space by which another person is seeing harm where harm doesn't exist, or they're taking everything personally, the modality by which another person might genuinely want to connect with you, but they recognize that if they connect with you, like this energy will take it as a personal slight, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's the hard part about it. Like there's some kind of complication that's potentially arriving in relationality to, like I keep on hearing, another person's oversensitivity of feeling, wherein they take everything personally, or everything is a reason to potentially create energetic slight. Bottom of the deck on this reading. When somebody, this is why hypersensitivity is self-isolating, right? Because when another person is hypersensitive, it's not a question, it's not a question of what's upsetting them. It's more of a question of when's upsetting them, right? Like the modality or the experience, like when this is why, if you're like, when you see slight in everything, then be prepared for a very isolating experience. Because, right, like often, like the situation or hurdle, right, like of another, right, like this is almost like the energy that says, like, it's not even the fact that this is not the energy that says, like, it's not the fact that they're not seeing an effort, but the fact that they want more of an energetic effort, which can often, right, like that's often the space by which, and I like to point out, the way we can usually tell that we're being passive aggressive is the modality by which we say to another person, what would it take for you to, like, what would it take for that person to connect with you? Right? Like, what would it take? And if another person can't put it into words, right? If another person can't put into words what it would take for they themselves to energetically connect, then that is often the observation of another that is being energetically oversensitive. Because the clarification of understanding, right, like what is reasonable, is not the space by which one is waiting. I keep on hearing it's not the space by which one is waiting for some like unnamed gargantuan effort. It's understanding that that might be the reason that that over demanding is what's creating the isolation in the first place, right? Which is not the space, like I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which we fall over ourselves or we obsess on trying to build an energetic connection, but the space by which it's energetically reciprocal. And I feel like I see situations by which you've gotten more busy, right? And often what happens is when we get more busy, it fortifies our relationships, because when we're busy, another energy is moving in accordance with our own sense of purpose, then energy doesn't take our busyness personally, right? And I feel like that's the energy I'm getting from this first energy. However, it feels like there's some kind of complication between them, almost in the space by which another person feels or fears that if they connect to you individually, this person will take it personally. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And Nelson, thank you for the follow. There are times when I feel like reaching out, but then I still want to stand my ground. But, and here's the thing about it, like if you're, like, I feel like there's something about the fact that you've already reached out in some way. Yeah, they're going through something. Exactly, I agree to that. I feel like they're both not available. Thank you as well, Atomic, for receiving these messages. I don't like to articulate. I don't like to think. I don't like, here's the thing about it. I really don't like bringing game dynamics into conversations based on relationship, right? Like the minute that we're bringing game dynamics into relationship is the sign that the relationship itself is not in a healthy space, you know? Yeah, my concerns with them is that they're unaware. But that's the thing about it. Like if you are in a, that's what I meant about your time becoming more precious, because often if it's requiring you to have to perpetually be taking the temperature and then you're getting busy, like those are the type of relationships that you have a tendency of moving away from, because healthy relationships do not require us to perpetually check the temperature of the relationship, you know? Yeah, you saw what I was seeing there, Kat. It makes sense. If you're the one adjusting, then it does seem to me like you're the over demanding one, right? Like the energy I was seeing that was over demanding was that 10 was the 10, it was that was the 10 of cups with the King of Pentacles in its reversal, which is the modality by which somebody has, like, when it's like it's all there, but another person is like, it's like why would you like give a 10 of Cups, like, why are you looking for fault where fault doesn't exist, right? Yeah. You're welcome, Kath. It's okay. So Bertrand, I do a free collective pretty much daily for those who might not have the funds to afford a personal reading. Also, sometimes being here, the messages that come through are for those who are also here. So never feel like you don't have to feel like you have to have a reading if you're in this space. Yeah. Thank you, Atomic. It has to do with two people. I get it. No, I understand. I understand what you mean. I understand. It's like what you are like you are identifying what was in. I understand what you mean by it. Yeah, it's what they call the dynamics. I get it. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Ooh, I like it. Excellent. No problem, Bertrand. All right, and guys, just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for, so you'll be the next person to be read. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. And one more. You know, it's very interesting because what I'm identifying that potentially needs to be called forth towards you right now, it's giving me a lot of elk energy. And the thing about elk energy is an elk is not a ferocious creature. An elk is not violent. An elk does not need to effectively like fight for territory. But an elk basically, I don't know if you've ever seen an elk. They're right? They're imposing. Elks don't need to elks don't need to do much to predicate their point beyond being unmoving. Once they find, right? Like once they find a space that they want to occupy, good luck, like good luck moving an elk is what I keep on getting. Which is good luck moving an elk, which is the elk that's basically effectively holds a space that they occupy. And the space becomes sacred, specifically and particularly in the space by which no one can move that energy until that energy feels good and ready to move, right? Like energy will move around. Like energy will have to move around an elk, right? You don't try to scare the elk. You don't try to move the elk. You give the elk, right? You give the elk the clearance that the elk needs, because you know that that energy is so grounded that there's very little that you can do to move it. And the funny thing about elk is when you respect it, right? When you respect elk will move, right? Like it is the energy that often articulates and amplifies upon the energetic courtesy. So I think that there's something really important about that, because I'm not sure why, but I feel like there's some type of energy around you trying to create a false sense of needing to hurry, which is like, and I keep on hearing elk does not scurry. And what I mean by elk does not scurry, which is the reason that we see like elk does not scurry is the modality by which, right, another person isn't made, I keep on hearing, isn't made all frazzled, trying to take care of everything all the time, right? It's not the space by which the energy like feels like, I keep on saying, like not the space by which one feels like one must like move, I keep on hearing like move everywhere in order for something to get done. But I feel like this is why I feel like you're embracing or coming into that space, because I see like if there's a situation, I just keep on getting the same message. If there's a situation that requires your perpetual perception on it in order for something to progress, that is the problem, right? Reliable energy does not require our eyes on it perpetually. Reliable energy does not require our eyes on it perpetually, which is the understanding that when others aren't, they do things. They know, right? They do things because they know that they are an extension of us. And that is also what's potentially connected to the elk energy, because elk energy often operates in the conscientious understanding of the mentality of the collective, which is the modality by which one works through something and understands, right, that the choices that we make are not, right, the choices that we make are not us prioritizing ourselves, but the reason we become prioritized is the fact that we are energetically considerate of all of those around us as we are facilitating and making those energetic choices. So I feel like there's something very important there, specifically because for a lot of the energy that's potentially facilitating or building into that context of work, I feel like I see you, right? I feel like it's you getting better at delegating, right? You getting better at delegating, which is the modality by which you don't feel like you have to do everything for yourself at every moment, but the experiences or the circumstances by which you are getting better at asking others, right, to do things, or asking others to energetically check upon it. Because I just keep on seeing that right, that circumstance or that situation by which you're starting, keep on hearing like that, like the ability of giving somebody, asking someone to do something, and then seeing if they can effectively execute on it, right? Then that is you recognizing or understanding, right, the quality and nature of the energy around you. So I feel like that's a little bit of the hard part that I see that you're going through right now. Yeah, because again, with the Seven of Swords, right, the art of asking, that's why it's like I keep on seeing, right? Like the before, right? Like before you get upset about something, make sure that you're articulating to another what your preferences would be, right? Like the ability to, like, instead of, if something is happening around you that's upsetting you, don't get upset that it's occurring. Have a conversation on what the preference would be, right? Because the preference, right, your ability of articulating preference helps other energy intuit it with you more effectively. So remember, it is not indulgent to articulate to another what those preferences are. It is profound, because your ability to articulate to another what your preferences are help them, right? Help them keep your preferences in mind when they are facilitating their choices. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also got to 54K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K mark. We are going to give a reading back to the collective. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Same difference. I like that. Where's Nikki when you need her? I always get the bore on my 1 cards most of the time. Isn't that wild? But I feel like it's interesting because of the cards that we saw coming up for your animal spirit guide reading. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Nora. All right, we're going to continue right now. How are you doing there from Kauai? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, was it freezing? Okay, well, I don't believe there was any issues with the feed, Ivana, over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you need to rewind, just let me know. And thank you again for having that reading with me. Interesting. All right, we're gonna do the 50K giveaway before we move. And if anyone needs to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, life path, aura, and love. If you've got information that you feel is necessary for purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And Humu, thank you for the follow, dear. You're so welcome, Ivana. So I am going to be thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 38. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order. Avatar, congratulations, you got the reading. Excellent. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. And the list is now open if anybody would like to get on the list. Also, if there's anybody on the hold list who would like to get on the list as well, just bear with me a moment. And just a reminder as well, if you are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. If you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your benefits as a paid member are the same for those as the subscribers that I am indicating. And I would like to be able to offer subscriptions over on the place where we keep the photos. I just need you guys to make sure to give me a follow there because we have to get our numbers up in order to allow for subscriptions there. Just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Excellent. It's been a minute. 2 cards from yesterday. No, you definitely, I've got you, dear. You got 2 cards from yesterday coming through for you, Bridget. Yep, we're going to be starting on 1 cards right now. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. Ava, 1 card on spiritual gifts, please. I feel like a lot of the work I see that you're working into right now in terms of finding strength in your spiritual gifts is building into the energetic stability point with the self is what I keep on hearing, like something about you. I feel like this is you getting very stabilized in the self, that it's connected to your own confidence, bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with the Star card. I feel like this is you getting more comfortable with your own energy, right? And not being so hard on yourself. I keep on hearing hard on the gift, not on the person, which is the understanding that we are compassionate with ourselves if we're working through a gift that is hard to navigate, or something that requires us to be energetically extra sensitive, like animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the owl energy, right? I feel like some of that coming through potentially has occurred in experiences that often make you feel like, when we can, like, there's something important that I see that's happening there in relationality to energy. Like there's a little bit of that, like there's this aura effect that I see that happens for you, which is often the space by which energy might act a little strange around you. But like I keep on hearing it's their strangeness, not your strangeness, right? If another person is acting strange around you, recognize that's not necessarily something that you're doing, but something by which that is theirs to navigate. Don't internalize it, is what I keep on seeing. 2 cards for Bridget. I've got you. They both came out quickly. They're fine. Like I see, like I feel like I see somebody who feels like they're on guard duty when you're not there. you know, like someone that just tries to make sure that the place is in like good energetic shape. Bottom of the deck, yeah, they miss you. But I keep on hearing they miss you, but they know, like they know that you miss them too, right? Like they're very aware of the fact that you're taking care of business, which is like I keep on seeing them say like they know the difference between energy that isn't there versus energy that's doing what is necessary. You know, they're never going to fault you if you're away on business. Is what I keep on seeing. Kath, one card, highest priority, please. That's not one card. You got 3 cards coming out. Yeah, this is this is going back into the reading that we just had, right? I feel like this is the situation between you and 3 other energy. Like I see one person overly sensitive. I see you being very overly giving, and I see somebody who feels like they're caught between you, which is the modality by which I keep on saying being kind to one person should not create the space by which another person takes it personally, but there they find themselves, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like there's something significant and important there upon the fact. I feel like it's in a way like I don't know why. It's like they feel like they know, you know. Like it's almost saying like you know and they know. Like they're almost convinced that in some way you recognize that like that they're not like they're not energetically avoiding you. They're just in a very, I feel like they're just in a very frustrating position in relationality to it. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you're not the person imposing that. You know, like that's the hard part about it. Like I almost see somebody that recognizes, and I like to point out the way you can usually tell when another person is being overly sensitive is the modality by which you say to someone, what would you prefer? And another person changes the subject, right? Or another person can't articulate, right? Or like it's like another person can't articulate upon like what they would find preferable, you know? You're so welcome, Bridget. Highest priority for Avatar, please. Hold on to those boundaries. They look good on you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is like, it feels like some energy would not recognize the fact that like, it's, if another energy does not recognize the fact that you do everything possible to create a supportive environment, animal spirit guide, goose energy, right? Like when you're working to create sanctuary, you can't have rude energy in sanctified spaces because it's the understanding, right? That it's not like you're allowed to have boundaries if somebody is trying to be energetically rude, because I keep on seeing, right, rudeness is the intrusion point, right? Like the space by which another person tries to articulate. Like I keep on hearing the difference between, right, the difference between energy that is perpetually feeling threatened versus energy that is truly at threat is often the modality by which the force that's always feels threatened is the threatening force, right? And I feel like that's a conversation that you're trying to have with someone. Hi there, it's my tough day. Sending you support, dear. 1 card, please. I feel like it's a good time right now to focus on nourishing connections. You know, build into situations and circumstances that allow you to feel safe, seen, and supported. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 9 of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like there's something important there about focusing on creating supportive environments, right? Creating a supporting, like, and I keep on getting the concentric circles of a healthy environment, the like building one for yourself, and then by extension, you becoming that safety net for another, right? Like that is the space by which healthy energy, um, healthy energy recognizes when we're making compassionate choices, which isn't the space by which another person tries to make it harder when they see us working hard. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with the horse energy, right? I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation where it might be like a good opportunity to start building into new healthy connections, or like putting some prioritization point in making friends, or building into, like I keep on hearing, like restorative relationships with others who are simultaneously working through something in the same way that you yourself are. How you doing today, Nola? Thank you for the follow, Anna Marie. You're so welcome, Anna. You're so welcome, Ava. Ivana, one card please on energy. Awkwardly too nice. It's interesting because like the yawn I was giving came out of nowhere. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of that. I feel like there's something about that. There's something I'm seeing there. How do I describe this? I feel like I see somebody like trying to combat some loneliness. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, a loneliness in terms of feeling a lack of connection. So I don't know. I feel like you identified the fact that you like saw awkwardness there. I feel like the awkwardness you're seeing is somebody stepping out of their comfort zone, right? Which is trying to, I feel like it's somebody trying to connect, like someone trying to connect in a way that they haven't before, right? Like it almost feels like, I think like to a certain extent, like I don't want to describe it like the too nice. Like I would make sure to calibrate the too nice on it, because like I see somebody that's trying to do something that they haven't done before, which is not, I feel like it's not the space by which they're trying to be overly nice, but the space by which they're trying to get the hang of something, right? Like stepping out of their comfort zone. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those heart me soup. She's trying to follow the pets. Oh, that's so funny, Bridget. That's adorable. Thank you, Avatar. You're welcome, Kath. You're welcome, Anna. Bertrand, these are one card readings for super fans. So if you guys become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You just need to hit that button at the bottom of the screen. Highest priority right now for Nikki. We're seeing here particularly, make sure that you're not, like, reciprocity is key, is what I'm seeing. It's saying to me, like, reciprocity is key, which is understanding that you shouldn't have to over pour into things right now, but looking for things that feel reciprocal or balanced is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the 10 of Pentacles, right? Like not leaving conversations unfinished, but putting, I keep wondering, a healthy pin is bookmarking a conversation, is saying like, let's just recap on where we left off, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the Wren, potentially working through circumstances or situations by which you're articulating to another, right? Like how you feel, or saying like, look, next time this happens, let's remember this and employ these, like, let's employ these tools is what I keep on seeing. So let that, like I keep on hearing, let a dispute become a healing moment by finding tools to take from it. Laurel, one card, angelic, please. We've got the King of Wands here. So make sure that you're communicating upon what your plans are. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't make despairing choices. Make hopeful choices. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the hawk. So being able to articulate to another what is possible. So not talking about what you can't do, but what you could do instead. We are doing personal readings, JC. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. You're so welcome, Ivana. Absolutely. Thank you for the help, Nikki. Minnie, one card, please, on what shifted. I feel like there's something important in relationality to helping them. I feel like it's them noticing. Like I feel like they feel more vulnerable is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like almost the ability of being able to speak upon something, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like the nine of swords. Hold on a minute. And thank you, Jennifer, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person right for it. Like the Nine of Swords, and please pause right now on the one cards. Hold on. Okay. Like especially the Nine of Swords, bottom of the deck, is like I almost feel like somebody who feels like they bring some kind of side in them out. Right? Like, and it's almost like I feel like it's almost like the energy that's potentially like observing some tendency of regressing, but via the context of you perceiving something is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, Minnie. Yeah, and there's that animal spirit guide. I felt called to pull another or one, but the frog energy is like trying to get better in terms of not feeling like I feel like it's somebody who is becoming aware of their own tendencies of reverting when they're with someone, specifically because you're so supportive that it's helping them see it with more clarity. Chrissy, one card on the connection, please. I feel like I see somebody really trying to bring some healing into their life or making healthier choices, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like this Nine of Swords doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. The hard part about making healthy choices is that we can see with clarity where we weren't, right? And so I almost feel like there's somebody who's starting to see the ability of their tendency of allowing their sadness to carry them away from the things that they care about. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the otter energy, right? Like when we are making healthier, like I keep on seeing, sadness should never carry us away, right? When we're carrying sadness, we work to communicate it. We don't let the sadness move us further away from the things that we care about. But I almost see somebody who's becoming aware of those tendencies or experiences in the past where that may have happened. You're welcome, Ivana. Thank you for sharing the live, Nikki. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're very welcome. You're so welcome, Nikki. And thank you, dear. One card, please. I feel like I'm getting a communication from them about the fact that they themselves are okay. It feels like something that happened in a state of play. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Cups. Like, that's a lot of ace energy. I feel like, you know, I feel like it's the, like, I see, like, I got to point out, an ace even at the bottom of the deck is an ace, which is like, I almost see somebody, like, who understands that somebody, like, somebody did not energetically mean to do something, or the fact that somebody gets carried away in a state of play is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the seal energy, right? Like the modality, I keep on getting, like, that's a lot of positive energy. Like, it feels like somebody who's aware of someone who gets carried away in a state of play, which is the modality by which, like, that's why they're okay, because they recognize or realize the fact that it wasn't something that was harmfully intended towards them. No problem. You're welcome, dear. It's basically, so the way I have to so you have to understand that often when we do the animal spirit guide readings, it helps us understand, the animal spirit guide steps forward to help us understand the energy that we need to employ in a situation. So that was the animal spirit guide of the elk that basically articulates, it says, like, let your presence and the stability that you're trying to bring to situations tell you everything you need to know in relationality to whether energy is being respective of your presence. If that helps, Ivana. Guys, just a reminder, please don't follow people promising strange things. Yes, it can absolutely, no, it can absolutely change depending on the situation. Exactly. Yes. Yes. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Hannah. Happy to read for you. These are one-card readings we were doing for subscribers, but the list is open if you would like to have a personal reading. So if you'd like a card pulled, you become a super fan. If you'd like a full reading, you just need to send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for here. Those are medical, legal, and pregnancy. And thank you, Cosmic, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Please remember that the 1 cards have been paused. We're going back to personal readings. And if you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 2nd person read for. And thank you, Ronald, for also receiving these messages. So it's again, so Richard, we actually offer a free daily collective that's already been done today. If you don't have the funds for a reading, you can find that over on my stack. Or over on the place where we keep the videos. It's also up as a podcast over on Spot. Also, if you stick around, though, sometimes the readings that we have here connect to those who also need them. You're welcome, Ruby. You're so welcome, Ivana. Mel, 1 card on business, please. Just continue to make stabilizing choices. It feels like that something that you're working towards is coming into fruition. You just need to give it a little time. I do feel like there's something about a move or something that's going to be easier on the other side of a move. Like, I almost see you like stretching between 2 different positions. Yeah, the air dragon, right? Like, I feel like this is you, like, migrating or moving something or figuring out a place by which you can do something that isn't going to be as expensive, or putting something somewhere where it doesn't cost you as much to have it. Warona, thank you for the follow. And guys, please remember not to follow people offering strange things. Apologies for that spammer that came in. And thank you. Oh, thank you for those gifts, Lucas. Good to see you today. Oh, you did? I can't wait to see it. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Absolutely. Readers supporting readers. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the 2nd person read for. We're also at 62K likes. when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Oh, I can't wait. Excellent. All right. Second call right now for Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, can you respond in all caps, please? Second call right now for Jennifer. Okay. So Jennifer, if you could just do me a favor, if you could just give me, hold on a moment. If you could just give me the last name that you effectively, not the last name, the initial of the last name that you sent the donation through. It's just what we confirm when when there's a difference between. Thank you. That's all I needed to see. Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. Perfect. Got it. And so I'm going to pin up Jennifer here. And just reminder, friends, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Okay. And one moment, please. Before we continue, I am going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. Just bear with me a moment. So, you know, Jennifer, I feel like you've got like the angelic energy I have around you right now is articulating that now is not the time to wait for things. And I feel like there's something important about that, because everything I'm seeing around a circumstance or situation, you've got the best assessment on it. You know, you got to trust your judgment more. And the hard part about it is, like, you know, typically when I see energy like this, it's not rude. It's not rude to be forceful. And I feel like that's what the angelic around you is trying to articulate. It's not rude to be forceful if you're moving something in the right direction, which is, it sometimes requires, right? Like, it sometimes requires that force of intention. It sometimes requires, like, it requires someone to be able to effectively, like, articulate upon something, or to put that force of intention towards things. Because, like, and I want to describe this. In energy that can't make decisions, forceful energy is often very refreshing. I want you to write that down. Right? When you are surrounded by energy that can't make up their mind upon things, being forceful is sometimes the required energy that is needed to be able to move a situation in the right direction. And the hard part about that is it's interesting too, because I feel like your angelic guide is kind of showing, like, I feel like I'm seeing some kind of energy around you, and I'm seeing like the ability to try to like herd cats. Have you ever tried to herd cats? It's like it's like as soon as you get one, like the other one's like coming back, come back here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's impossible. And that's why, like that's often like, and here's the thing about it, and I feel like they're connecting that to you, and you understand that profoundly, which is like sometimes you need to bark. You know what I mean? And it's like, because when the only thing that cats respond to is a bark, which is like, you know what I mean? Like, you sometimes just need to get that, like, you need to get that space of saying like, hey, like, guys, this is important, because and I keep wondering, that's a healthy bark, because a bark is also a ship, right? Which is the space by which you say, hey, if we can't get this together, nothing can happen. Okay. And so I want you to think of it less. Okay. I want you to think of it more like healthy mothering. That's how you're going to get over this. Okay. The words that you need to write down, okay, is it's healthy mothering. And healthy mothering, right? Healthy mothering sometimes, and that's a hard part about it, healthy mothering sometimes requires us, right? And you'll notice this. Healthy mothering sometimes requires us to effectively, like, have to be a little bit more forceful, because it's that force, right? It's that force that we're able to energetically bring to things that says, hey, this is important, right? So I want you to kind of think about that as it relates to some kind of situation or circumstance, especially if it feels like you've noticed a tendency for energy around you to be too indecisive, right? The poultice of indecisive energy is somebody coming forward with a refreshing plan. And I want you to understand, there's nothing forceful to say to another person, this is what I intend to do. Are you with me? Okay. This is what I intend to do. There's nothing forceful about that. There's nothing forceful about putting a plan into action. And if you're feeling the modality by which it feels like others, right? If you're having that modality by which it feels like you're herding cats and being like, hey, what do we want to do here, right? Like, this is why I see that angelic, because it's angelic. I love this, because whenever I see this angelic, they've kind of got a whistle. Like, they've always got a whistle. They're like, you know what I mean? Like, it's often like, and I like to point this out, which is the space by which you say to somebody, I'm going to blow this whistle, right? And it's not forceful, right? It's not, there's nothing forceful. If you articulate to everyone, okay, look, this is the whistle. When I blow this whistle, this is what's going to happen, which is the modality by which, right? That is not forceful. That's helping others, right? That's often the force that energy needs, that says, this is how we're going to embark on this, right? You're not barking, you're embarking, right? You're not barking, you're embarking, which is the modality by which sometimes, right, what is needed in a situation is somebody who has the ability to say, look, like this is what you're going to heal your bark by saying, as long as you're embarking, right? And embarking is saying, this is what I intend to do, right? This is what I intend to do. Are we aligned with that direction, right? And that doesn't allow that creates the space by which others don't need to create the choice, but the modality by which you're saying, are you guys comfortable with me doing so? And that modality by which they say, like, go for it, like, there you go, right? It's not barking, it's embarking, which is not letting yourself get frustrated, but saying, this is what I intend to do. Is everyone aligned with this course of action? bottom of the deck. Were you working with a bunch of artists? Are you working with a bunch of artists? Because I feel like there's a lot of art energy around you. And the thing about it, like, you can never, like, you want to lose your mind. Put a bunch of artists in a room and get them to make a unified decision. Focus. Like, there's nothing more frustrating. There's nothing more frustrating than being in a room with artists, because everybody's got too many creative approaches to things. That's a problem. You get in a room with artists, the problem is everybody wants to bring creativity to it. No. No exploring. No building into, like, action. It's like, activate, right? You have to be like, listen, I really, like, you have to say to someone, like, look, I really appreciate your creativity, but we're trying to activate right now. That's what we have to say, is like, I deeply appreciate your creativity, but we're activating right now. This is a room of activation. You have to say to somebody, there's the time to be creative, and then there's the time to activate. And sometimes, right, when you're around too much creative energy, the energy wants to take too many creative approaches to things and being like, I appreciate that, we can do that later, but right now we're activating. Okay. So don't let somebody, like, allow the context of saying, we're going to put that. And a nice thing about it is, when somebody has a creative approach, be like, that's a great idea, we're going to put it over here. Like, we're going to put it over here. We're going to put it over here. Put it here on the shelf, where when we have time, we can do that. But right now we're trying to activate. So let that help you. And I feel like this guide, like this particular energetic guide, like, that's what I keep on getting. Like, they're a little bit no nonsense about that, which is like, I like to point out, they're kind of like bouncer energy, which is often like the energy being like wrap it up. Like, you know what I mean? Wrap it. Like, it's like, and sometimes you don't have to tell someone to stop, but being like, this is what I will do if something is getting too over. Like, it's not rude if you've made someone aware of what will occur if something is going overboard, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jennifer. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I'm happy to share that guide with you if you want to reach out to me afterwards. If this message connects to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You use that analogy all the time. Okay, thank you, because I feel like they were bringing that up specifically in relationality to you. So let that serve as confirmation. Oh, excellent. Thank you all for also connecting that message, Nikki. I have actually. You tried to, you failed. Thank you for those gifts, dear. Absolutely. Put me in, coach. I love that. Herding cats with a bark. Time out. Exactly. Whoever it is, count me in on Leo. Come at least. Yeah. Accurate. Thank you as well. Antisocial. I can do pet readings here, Catherine. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Thank you for the follow. So the thing about, like, antisocial, when we do numeric readings here, like, I'm very much of the opinion that a symbol does not mean a symbol. We have to read into what a symbol means for you. Like, symbols change depending on the energy that's experiencing them. So I can't be in the space by telling you, like, this is what that symbol means, right? That would often entail a reading to understand why you're seeing that symbol and what it's potentially indicating in the fact that it's arriving to you. Yeah, bouncer energy. Thank you. It makes sense. I'm usually the decision maker and getting frustrated with wishy-washy. But that's what I keep on getting. It's not, you're not being overbearing if you're trying to get energy to embark. It's not overbearing if you're trying to help energy embark, which is the space by which you have to say to another person, that's not you doing something selfishly, that's you doing something profoundly, which is why I feel like that angelic guide is there to help you with that. Thank you for getting on the list, Nikki. You'll be the next person read for, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 3 more spots available before the list will be closed. Absolutely. Oh, someone with your name just joined. Confirmation. I love it. How are you doing, Carabo? Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the second person read for. Excellent. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Nikki. And if anybody else wants to get on the list is open. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Oh, that's wild, Nikki. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And it's a great time to get on the list. If anybody wants to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. Who's around you that's trying to quit smoking? I don't know where that's coming from. Hi there, Inez. So we don't look at the cards to make our decision for us. We never put our autonomy in the cards, but we can draw cards around the decision and what to think about as you're making the consideration. Oh, you did. Congratulations, Siobhan. That's really good to do. Nikki, did you put your question up? No, I was getting strong indications around it. Yeah. What are we doing right now, Nikki? Oh, you're trying. Oh, I feel like there's a message from spirit. Everyone stop. Somebody wishes they'd stop sooner, is what I'm seeing. Yeah, absolutely. I do love readings. I have to change my list. I have to add a couple things to it. How you doing today, Victoria? Oh, it's you that they're talking about. Okay. And so just a reminder to those who are joining us on the place where we keep the photos, we have reached the limitation in terms of our time there today. So if you've been enjoying today's reads and would like to continue to experience what we're doing today, you can find us over currently. We're still streaming on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find us over on the Clock app. And just a reminder, I would like to be able to start offering memberships there, which is the ability to offer free card readings. In order to do so, I need you to make sure that you're giving me a follow. Anyone who comments followed there will also be able to get, as a thank you, an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me, just go ahead and share the live with 3 individuals and share it in the comments. I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us there, and we will see you across the other channels. Excellent. It's weird that someone, absolutely. Oh, okay. Excellent. All right, so Nikki, I'm just confirming, are we doing angelic guidance? I got it. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Can I get 4 cards, please? gotta bust out a deck I haven't used yet, or I don't use very frequently. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And one more, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So it's interesting that you asked for an angelic because, I mean, I think you're pretty aware of who your angelic is. And the funny part about it is like, what's interesting is there's something trying to clear my throat. There's something really important. I feel like there was somebody who was an angelic force. Like, it's interesting too, because they're articulating the fact that they used to work for the angelics while they were on this earth. And the thing about like with one specifically who was very affiliated with them, right? Like they were just like they were just like in lockstep. And the thing about it is the space by which I can tell this angelic, like, and I love this angelic because there's certain keywords that certain angelics pull towards me that help me identify like who the angelic is. And this angelic often starts like when every time they hear the words you and whose army, like that angelic shows up. Is the best way like to describe it. Right? Because it's often the space by which another person, right, like the space by which this angelic cannot stand, like absolutely cannot stand when energy tries to intimidate. Like it's like the energy that goes, oh, did I hear someone trying to intimidate somebody? Did I hear a little intimidation over here? Right? Because the thing about it is energy that tries to articulate, and I feel like this is the force by which another person like kind of lived their experience. Like they're saying that their lived experience was that every time somebody tried to threaten, the threat is almost always empty. Because the difference between a threat and a promise, right? The difference between a threat and a promise is usually when you say a promise, there's usually sadness attached to it, right? Threats are always hysterical. And the reason that threats are hysterical is because they try to create hysteria in another, right? That's not the fact, and that is hysterical, right? Threats build into hysteria, which is the energy that says, shouldn't you be more worried right now, right? Promises, and I just keep on seeing this because this person, right? This person, when they were alive, had the gift of gab. And the problem with having the gift of gab is that they were very conscientious with their words because they realized that they would sometimes say something, and what they effectively said rang true in ways that they didn't even realize were true until after they said them. Like that is the power, like that is the energetic power of working with an angelic, which is often the modality by which another person says something and another person is shaken to their core because what they articulate is effectively, like, it's not the fact that they would say something, it would be an angelic casting judgment on another person. Right? Like, I keep on getting viscerally shaken. Viscerally shaken. Because they realize that in those moments, right? And it's always energy, right? It's always energy that doesn't believe in things, right? It's always the energy that doesn't believe in things, that's constantly threatening, not recognizing, right? Like not recognizing who's energetically listening as they're going around threatening is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that was a lot of the work that I see would often happen. And I've even got some energy around somebody. Like there was somebody who, when they were alive, this person was quaking in their boots. Like they were quaking in their boots because they knew, they energetically knew that the space by which they were energetically bullying another. Now the hard part is this person is under the false impression that this person is gone. they're under the false impression that this person is gone. And I keep on hearing, they keep on going, the false impression, because it is the energy that is watching a situation even more carefully, bearing in mind that the energy hasn't gone anywhere, and they're still very aware of what is happening, is what I keep on seeing. And so that's why I keep on getting the message that basically saying, if they try, like, and I want to point this out, the hard part about it is it feels like there's some kind of energy around you that's very susceptible to it, right? Energy that potentially is quaking, like energy that's energy that's quaking in their boots all the time, right? Energy that is always, and this is the thing you have to point out, energy that is trying not make someone mad is not a manifestation goal. Trying not to make someone mad is not a manifestation goal. And I feel like this is a conversation that they used to have with someone perpetually, because you'll always notice that when somebody is throwing their weight around, right, it's abusive. It's abusive because the abusive energy is the energy that goes, oh, why are you doing that? Because I don't want to make someone angry, right? That's not a manifestation goal. And often the space by which you make a choice like that, you ensure that that person will stay angry, right? There's that person, right? There's that person who's worried about making someone angry, and all they're doing is further encouraging the energy to stay angry, right? Because when another person is making choices out of fear of another person's anger, then you basically are allowing their anger to run rampant over you. Because it doesn't typically mean that the anger goes away. It probably means that there'll just be more anger for you to deal with, which is often the space by which I see that somebody used to put a stop to that when they were here. And they're saying you need to embody them more when you're navigating that, which is the space by which, right, the space by which you say to another person that we don't make choices. We don't make choices out of fear of another person's anger. And if there's a modality by which we're making choices out of anger, out of fear of another person's anger, that's not a healthy situation. That's not a healthy situation, because that is not, and the space by which we articulate to another person that we feel that way is how we work to heal it. Bottom of the deck, Two of Swords, and it's upright. Two of Swords and our anger. When our anger is justified, okay? Anger that is justified is anger that has a reason to be upset because they can articulate what would be preferable. Anger is not justified unless one is able to articulate what one would prefer, because there's some energy that's just angry all the time, right? That's what we call angst. That's what we call angst. Angsty energy is always angry, but the modality by which we can articulate what would be preferable that would alleviate the anger helps us see if the anger is justified. So the only thing you should be doing, don't make choices out of fear of another person's anger. Ask the question, what would you prefer? And if they can't answer it, then it's unreasonable anger. There you go. Let that set your direction in terms of moving away from that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers or for my paid members on the place where we keep the videos. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just reading over. Yeah, you saw those cards, Ivana, right? They already told you. I feel like it was, it's funny too, because I feel like it was like, it's always, every time I read for this energy, there's like they're doing a public service announcement. I don't know if there was something connected to their health and smoking. Like they're articulating that something took years off their life. That's why they're so adamant about it. You know? And they started early, is all I keep on hearing. Yep. Hi there, Zoe. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope that there's something here that's helping you as well today, dear. And Karma, thank you for the follow. Yep. Threats are always hysterical. They make me laugh. But that's because you're very much like them on that way. You know? Oh, I do my best, Zoe. Thank you for being here, receiving these messages. It sounds very accurate. Yeah, they had the gift of gab. And the thing about it is like they couldn't control it. You know, people misunderstand what the gift of gab is. Right? But the thing about it is like yeah. Thank you for also receiving this message, Zoe. Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't want to make someone get emboldened, yeah. And Psycho, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Kenzie. I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Sophia, thank you for showing the live. Zoe, thank you for those roses. Thank you for the help, Nikki. Yeah, they would just put a stop to things like that. But I also see energy that was afraid of them for that reason. Right? Like old energy understands that. New energy doesn't understand it. Right? And here's the thing, you have that, you can't control it. You can't control it. It's healing to hear. Yeah. It literally, but that's the thing about it. When you it's healing to hear, which is why energy sometimes runs scared from it. Right? It's healing to hear, which is why it's very interesting when energy runs afraid from it. Yeah, I do have an energy around me. Yeah, hold on. One moment. Hold on. Going back. I do have an energy around me that pushes things down. But this is the thing about it. Like, volcano anger is not, like, that's what needs to be worked upon. Which is saying, like, helping another person be aware and being like, I don't want to make decisions from a place of being afraid of your volatility, right? Like, when another person wants to heal that, they understand that the volatility that we work to heal is being fortified by someone who is caring about our feelings. Yeah. Hi there, Davies. Oh. Okay. Hi there, Yaz. Yeah, they did smoke, and they always go with it. That's why every time they come, every time I go to read, they're like, public service announcement." That's they're always like, "Can you throw in a public service announcement?" It's really funny. Every time I read for them, like, "Can you throw in a public service announcement?" Yeah, and you would get mad at them. So there you go. They're mad at you right now. Yeah, they caught the end of your reading, Nikki. That resonated. Yeah, absolutely. Sure thing. Until I started, yep, you see? I needed to hear that. Yeah, it's funny too, because every time I read for them, they say it collectively. Hi there, Mia. Absolutely. I hope that helps as well, Zoe. All right. Hi there, Cosmic. Trapped trauma in the body. I mean, we do a lot of, I feel like the understanding, like being able to understand um, what's trapped can help us integrate it. You know, I often feel like a lot of the work that often can happen with trauma is feeling like one is broken if one can't release it. It's not about release. Like there's nothing sillier than saying to someone who's got trauma to let it go. There's no context. If you could only let go of trauma, it would not be trauma. The ability by which we integrate it is being able to recognize the space by which we carry it with us that helps us to be informed by it, but not feeling trapped within it. I hope that helps, dear. Well, that's interesting that you bring that up there. There's a Chrissy. There's a couple of different there's a couple of different origins in relationality to the space of there are different origin stories in relationality to where that phrasing comes from, and there's different contexts by which others arrive to it. That specific, what I'm reading for that individual is actually was coming through, like it's coming through in the nature by which another person realized the power of like I feel like that was somebody who often realized that they would say something that they didn't mean to say, but was an angelic casting judgment upon a situation. So it's very interesting because I was utilizing that terminology to speak towards it, but it's interesting because there was another angelic that was energetically connected to it. Oh, I appreciate that, Mia. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Somatic therapy can be helpful too, absolutely. No, and listen, I always appreciate the fact of you guys bringing random thoughts in if you're also having connection points in these readings. Yeah. And I don't know, like, here's the thing about it. I feel like it's not the space by which another person was grumpy, but I feel like it was often the space by which another person was grumpy because they saw others making selfish choices, right? When you're seeing others making selfish choices, it's going to make you feel kind of grumpy, no? I can read depending on like nodal points within the body that might need help or healing. Nana. Hi there, Allie. So again, just a reminder to those who are here, the list is open. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And we are going to move back into 1-card readings. If anybody else, if the list is open right now, we will be moving back right now into 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you are a super fan who has not had a card pulled today, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan and you're joining us on the Clock app, hit that orange icon and subscribe, and your subscription entitles you to a free 1 card. If you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership allows you the same gift. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He cut off basically his whole family. But that's the thing about it. Like I see like it's like grumpy for good reason. Thank you for confirming, because of the selfishness. Absolutely. Excellent. Julia, one card highest and best, please. Ooh. Knight of Wands in its transverse. You get to decide what a healing conversation is, right? Like energy that wants to bring us back into things often tries to articulate it's good to talk about stuff. Some things that's not worth talking about, right? Bottom of the deck, it's only healthy if one feels healthy in talking about it, right? We don't create the space by which, like, often you'll see someone who doesn't want to let go of something, trying to encourage, yeah, the fox energy, someone trying to articulate the fact that it's healthy to talk about things. It's only healthy to talk about something if it feels good to talk about, if we feel energetically inclined to do so. So don't let another person let another person try to articulate the fact or trying to say to you that you're not being healthy because you won't have a healthy conversation. Closure is not found through conversation, but often you'll see energy that's trying to open things, trying to identify the fact that a conversation brings closure. There's never been a closing conversation in all of human experience. Absolutely. Thank you for confirming. No, it's a very interesting. Yep, I got you, Yaz. Highest good for Ella around that person. Two cards, bottom of the deck, stuck to the table. They need to learn to let go of things, you know? And that doesn't mean we forget. But I feel like the space by which, right? Like the space by which, like we don't have to get over something, but we understand why something hurt us, is the space by which we build empathy towards it. And I feel like this is something like you can't build the impossible situation of saying to another person, I'll never forgive you. Where are you? Right? We don't build relationships based on catch 22s, which is the space by which we say, oh, you have to maintain a relationship with me, but I'll never forgive you. Because that's often a situation by which there's an energetic power imbalance that is created in the space of another, right? Like a relationship shouldn't be the sound of someone perpetually trying to make something up to another person. It's a space by which we either let it go, right? Or we don't. And sometimes that's a space by which we understand what is possible in terms of how we feel about it. So I feel like that's somebody who has to be like someone who's got to get better at articulating to others what is possible to heal versus what is impossible for them to let go of. Hi there, Angelique. Ooh, buen cumpleaños. I hope you have a lovely one. I feel like I keep on saying it's not negative to do something nice for the self, right? Make sure that you're taking some time for yourself today. And I feel like, again, you know, I feel like there's something about building into the context of giving yourself a healthy environment or some time to be able to do something that energetically that you feel very connected to, right? Like it almost is giving me some type of energy in terms of understanding and decompressing, you know? Especially, I feel like especially if there's something where you feel like you've got a lot to do today, make sure that you take some time to honor how far you've come, right? But I feel like, not feeling the need to rush through things, like almost being able to slow something down, right? And I feel like in a way it might be having to tell others, like I feel like there's a lot of energy around you want to do something, having to say like, oh, this is what I would prefer to do, right? Like helping others understand what would be preferred is often the space by which you say to somebody, thank you, but this is what I would identify would be better, right? Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. Thank you as well, Avatar, for receiving that message. Excellent. Thank you. I didn't expect that at all. It completely makes sense. You're welcome. Excellent. That's actually really helpful because I have a lot of friends that want to spend. So I keep on saying, put your identify what feels restorative, and let others understand, right? And I keep on hearing, even if it's not today, right? Like the ability of you saying, like, this is what I want to do today, but let's do that another day, right? All right, my friends, final call for anyone who would like a one-card reading, who is a super fan who has not had one yet. Got you, Alexandra. Good to see you today. One card, please. I feel like you've got all of this energy that misses you. But like, I need to point out, often, like, missing doesn't fix things, right? And often the space by which someone misses us reaffirms our commitment on why something wasn't working. You know, particularly and especially with like the Nine of Pentacles, right? Like when someone's sentimental on something that was painful for us to be within, like that is our closure on something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hind energy, right? Like I feel like I keep on hearing healthy relationship loves where you are presently, right? Healthy energy feels like you're beautiful now where they find you, not the space by which they say like, oh, like I'm hearing the toxicity of another person, like the saying like, oh, I'm surprised to see you here, or I didn't expect this of you, right? Like the modality by which healthy energy builds into the delight in seeing where you are and understanding that that is where you feel energetically healthy, safe, seen, and supported. Excellent. Oh, yes, I missed that. I apologize. So you said you wanted to get on. Oh, you wanted to get on the list today from yesterday? Hold on a moment. Let me just confirm. Yep, I got you, dear. Happy to do so. Excellent. All right, you'll be the next person we're reading for today. And just bear with me a moment. Oh, what's happening? Okay. All right, I've got you on the list, Yaz, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Excellent. Well, Zoe, you are available as a subscriber, as a super fan, to have a 1 card if you'd like one today. Yes, and as a super fan, you have 3 cards for, you have 4 card reading that's available to you for a donation of 23. Got it. Okay, perfect. Ooh, 1 card for Zoe. Make sure that you're working into context of what is achievable. Achievable and reasonable is what I keep on getting, especially with that 9 of Pentacles and its upright. What's achievable and reasonable is others that build into the context of understanding what it is that you're trying to do and helping you through it. Yeah, especially with the eagle, if you're feeling uncertain about something, take time to make a plan. Everything is accomplishable. If it feels too overwhelming, break it into smaller pieces. How are you doing today, Jerica? All right, the next person we're reading for today is Alexandra, and we are doing a reading on wish. Oh, hold on a minute. The next person, actually, Yaz. I didn't mean to pin up Alexandra. I meant to pin up Yaz. Hold on a minute. Where'd Yaz go? Yaz, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, you're writing a question on disco. Okay, perfect. While we wait for Yaz's question to come through, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Yep. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the horse. All right. And as we're waiting for Yaz's question to come through, I just want to remind you guys that we've got tarot class this week. We'll be having tarot class this Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll have access to over 20 hours worth of material in that class program, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber, make sure to give me a follow there, because that's where we post a lot of the information that you find in today's readings. I also post the podcast there and the photos of each day's spread. We've got Yaz's question up. I'm going to need a moment to read over it. It is Inside Tea. While I wait, while you guys wait, I'll give you a hearth warmer. What is a brave choice that you're making right now? Oh. Ah. Oh, Lord. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. Okay. Sending you support. And I'm going to, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm keeping this card out for you right now because I think that these are important for your reading as well, Yaz. 4 cards, please. I'm also going to be closing the list right now. So if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be read for starting tomorrow, which means you'll have priority and be read for before we start the Daily Collective tomorrow. Yeah. So I am going to have to articulate some aspects of what you shared with me in order to read this dream. So I hope you're comfortable with that, but I'll do my best to keep it in an anonymous space. These are shadow work dreams that we're effectively identifying. And we all bust out, because it is a dream, we will bust out the dream coconut. So The only dream we had today. Fascinating. Excellent. All right. So they're shadow work dreams. And and as we've discussed with shadow work dreams, they can sometimes feel very emotionally charged because a lot of fears potentially rise up as we're having shadow work dreams. But the thing that's important to recognize in a lot of those, in a lot of the dream that we see that you're going through, has to do with the energetic, with the anxiety of what others do under duress. And what do we mean by working through what others do under duress? You basically described a situation by which, and the first thing that we see in the dream space is a situation about what you and another person do when you're under duress, which is the space by which you saw yourself and a friend, right? And there was something that occurred. And you identified that there was someone that you cared about who was in charge of keeping everyone safe, right? And you're waiting on instructions. And you were told not to do something, okay? You were specifically told not to do something, right? But you, right, you don't care, okay? You're like, nah. You move that away, right? Because you don't care about the space by which others potentially put you in duress because you're worried about, right? Your priority is making sure that the people that care about you are not stressed, right? So we see, right, in that first dream space, what we effectively identify is the difference, right? The difference that potentially characterizes you, and not just you, but those who you hold close to, right? Which is the modality by which, and this is important because you have to understand that in shadow work dreams, right? In shadow work dreams, we never experience something that we haven't already experienced. So what do we see here? We see a situation by which somebody who's supposed to be caring, who's supposed to be in the space of caring for you, tells you to do something for the sake of keeping you safe. And what do we see that you do in the context of the dream space, right? You don't heed the energetic request, right? And you identified, right? And I want to point this out, the space by which you identified that you said that at the moment that you did that, the person that you cared about seemed uncomfortable, right? As though something had happened and they ran away, because what basically was happening is we're seeing in the context of the dream the formation of an intimacy wound that potentially occurred between you and them. And the intimacy wound that potentially occurred had to do potentially surrounding a situation by which another person made an energetic request to you out of the sense of trying to keep you safe, right? Something that they articulated, that they were potentially trying to impress upon you to be safe, but that you potentially identified as unnecessary or prioritizing the wrong things, right? Because that modality, right, the space by which you saw them running away was the discomfort that they were experiencing, was the discomfort in potentially a moment where you came into your autonomy and potentially prioritized what you knew, what you felt was the thing that needed to be done versus what another person was trying to do to keep you safe. Now, the hard part about that, and I want to point this out, our guides don't show us things to identify whether that was something that was positive or negative, but they show us often the space by which rifts begin to form. So this is you potentially saying that in that moment, you felt the anxiety of someone being surrounded and hurt, right? Because this could potentially be the maturation point that you realized where you felt like another person was potentially saying things to you, right? Not out of the sense of trying to keep you safe, but more out of the energetic fear that they had if they didn't say them, right? The modality or the experience that often happens in the experience of someone potentially not saying something in the space by which prioritizing the care of ourselves, but more out of the anxiety of what might come upon them if they did not articulate that or they didn't energetically state something of that nature. So this is, and I want to point this out, that often in the dream space, we see this in energy that it didn't come through. So it might not necessarily be talking about a situation with you and this individual, but working through a wound where you potentially matured in a moment by which another person wasn't saying something to you because they were actually giving you the instructions that they thought were best for you, but more saying something to you out of fear, right, of another person potentially being upset that they didn't articulate or state them. So that's what we see that is potentially occurring there. And then you identified, and that's the modality by which you became the adult in that situation, because you started feeling like you had to look out for the energetic caretaker, right? The modality by which you became the energetic parent in that situation. Now, this brings us to the space by which you said that you had a dream, right, where you felt like there was someone who took energetic control over another. But this is often what happens when we feel like another person is too much at the duress or anxiety of the fear of another person, because it's a modality by which we can never tell if they're speaking to us authentically. Because when another person is speaking out of fear, right, when they're speaking out of worry of another person's anger, right, it's a space by which they're basically speaking on behalf of another, right? They're not effectively articulating upon how they feel about things, but you can never have a conversation. You can never have a conversation. You can never have a healthy conversation with someone who is perpetually worried about upsetting another, because it's the feeling by which you don't feel like you're getting the authentic expression of that person so much as the fear-informed narrative, right? The modality by which everything they're saying is less about who they are and more the choices that they're making in fear of upsetting another. So that's why you saw that there was a disassociation that occurred between the head and the body space, because it feels like when you're having a conversation with someone of that nature, it feels like you're having a disembodied conversation, because you're not so much getting an authentic conversation with them so much as you're navigating all the fear that they have in relationality to being able to speak or feel authentically. So that is effectively the space by which you identified, right? The space by which you identified the identification point of trying to get rid of a spirit, which is helping another person find their confidence or find their voice, which is potentially why you had to potentially feel the need to effectively show them, right, that their voice mattered, right? You said at that point, now in relationality to this, right, this is potentially you working through the parenting that you're potentially feeling in relationality to someone that you care about. Because here's the thing about it, nobody can tell anybody, like nobody can help anybody with confidence beyond us being confident, right? Our confidence is often helped when we're around more confident energy. But the modality by which you may be feeling anxiety in relationality to another person who has a hard time potentially standing up for themselves, right? So the dreams are potentially coming up because you are feeling the connection by which you feel the sensitivity of someone who potentially has a hard time standing up for themselves, and the energetic modality by which your proximity to a situation makes it feel harder because you recognize that that is energy that benefits from your own confidence. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you can make sure that you're connecting to someone like that and giving them reassurance, right? Healthy check-ins, reaffirming to another person that they're not isolated in an experience, because these are the modalities or the experiences by which your reassurance, this is why reassurance is so important, right? Because the energetic reassurance point that we give another in terms of identifying and being able to articulate, sometimes all it takes, right? Sometimes all it takes is a reaffirming conversation to help us find our footing. So again, you asked a question. I feel like that is effectively what the guides are potentially showing you, because the modality by which you become energetically aware of another's tendencies, or the space by which another person doubts themselves, that is how you can help someone, because helping them to feel reaffirmed in relationality to their own choices allow them to be able to make decisions that they feel energetically fortified and encouraged to make. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we begin the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you, dear. Mary, thanks so much for the follow. I need to point out, Richard, nobody hates anyone. And the fact that you're articulating that you're looking for feminine energy, but then you're utilizing the ubiquitous they in terms of trying to identify how a whole group of energy feels about you could be the energetic blocker that's making it difficult for you to be able to find an energetic counterpart, right? The first thing we do to heal our relationships is we hold the respect in our mouths in terms of how we speak towards them. And so even the modality by which you're articulating upon what you're seeking, instead of asking questions here, but articulating statements about how you believe a whole energetic feeling, how a whole energy feels about another energy, is articulating your own projection upon it rather than moving into a space of holding them in reverence. So I want you to kind of think about that as you continue to communicate in this chat space. Are you being reverential in terms of what is occurring here, or are you putting your personal desire over the healthy conversation that's occurring? Thank you. Laurel, if you have another dream that you'd like me to do, I'm happy to read for you on it today. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Yaz. Deeply appreciate it. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Excellent. Well, okay, so Laurel, if you have one like that, what I would probably recommend, Laurel, is if you need to write it down, you can get on the list today. You can go into the disco, list down the whole reading, the whole dream, and then tomorrow we can effectively go over the dream, and that way you don't have to feel energetically rushed in terms of writing it all out. I got you, Lisa. One card, please. Oh, I feel like I need to point out, there's this has been coming through a lot. There's healthy bickering, which is the ability to understand that we can have different opinions of things and they fortify our direction, right? The modality or experience, I feel like it's you and another person understanding that having disputes is healthy, specifically with bottom of the deck. Yeah, because when we have a healthy argument, we aspire for the same things. We might just have different perspectives in relationality to how we're trying to bring something about. So let that be a situation by which you articulate upon the tools by which you're trying to do something better. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this hair energy, right? When we care about each other, we're perpetually making each other aware of our feelings. And the space by which we are making, the space by which we help each other with our awareness helps us feel fortified in terms of our choices going forward. So make sure that you're articulating upon that and potentially like having a conversation of what, like, especially if there was an energetic dispute between you, talking about what you would prefer, like, next time, right? Yes, reassurance and boosting their confidence. Okay, I'm very glad to hear that, Yaz. Excellent. Perfect. Again, you're making assumptions that I know who that you're speaking about. Like, I don't know who this and this she that you're speaking in relationality to is. So again, make sure that you're not projecting that argument that you're having with an individual in this space. It's in total alignment. You notice what you noticed it too, Yaz, correct? Like, let that serve as further confirmation on the reading. And Laurie, thank you for the follow. It's really short. Okay, if it's really short, Laurel, I'm happy to read for today. Again, Richard, you are posting non sequiturs here. I don't know who the man is. I don't know who the woman is, but I need to point out one of the signs that we're projecting is when we try to articulate the feelings of a whole energy. We don't have the right, that is building into presumptuousness. And the modality by which you're working to heal is not the modality by which you say something negative and cynical about a whole energetic force. We don't allow that when it comes to race. We don't allow that when it comes to creed. We can't heal our relationships in the space by which you say that you're seeking a healthy counterpart, but then you say negative or defaming things in relationality to a whole energetic force. Like, that is you potentially showing the hurdle that you're creating in your own experience, because you can't seek something perfect if you're literally trying to demean it as you're seeking it. I got you, Hannah. One card, General, please. One card for Hannah. Thank you. I've got the Queen of Wands and it's upright. So make sure that you're doing a lot of work in communicating upon how you feel about things. Your voice is necessary and important. Don't undersell yourself. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with this seal energy, right? Honor your feelings, which means your feelings are healthy as long as there are healthy directions attached to them. It's not too much to ask if it's something that you would eagerly give another. You're so welcome, Dano. Got you, Denise. One card. Highest self, please. I feel like I see you making a lot of changes in your life right now. Honor the changes that you're making. Remember, the sound of building new habits is the space by which we create space for them every day, right? Yeah, it's hard. It feels impossible until we create that groove, and then we can't imagine what it's like before we did it, right? This is you carving that groove for yourself. Animal spirit guide, the blank manifestation, right? It's not going to always feel that difficult, especially if you're doing something. Make sure you're doing it at the same time every day. Honor the space that you're creating in your life to make those changes. Excellent. I got you, Yaz. Angelic guidance, please. And Laurel, thank you for getting on the list. If you could please let me know where I could find that dream. Angelic guidance for Yaz, please. Highest priority. We've got the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like this is a continuation of what we were seeing in that reading. I feel like, remember when I said that your presence does not require, like, your presence does not require your presence, which is the modality by which another person being in connection with you is empowering them in their decisions, right? Like, this is the beautiful impact that we have on each other in ways that are profound, because it's the observation of helping another person see how you navigate. I feel like your ability, like, I want to point out, it has to do with that first part of the dream, like your ability of navigating something and not being not being intimidated by another person's, I feel like not being intimidated by another person's false authority is often how we help each other find our energetic courage, around situations that feel, right, energetic situations that feel like they disempower us, right? I keep on seeing like that is the gift that you've given someone. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, nobody can disempower us when we know who we are. So that ability of you, remember, like that's the space by which I see somebody who is somewhere far away, but they're embodying you at those moments because they're building into the context of the lessons that they've learned in connection with you. Absolutely. Excellent. When you say you're putting it in the orange icon on are you saying that you're going to put in the messages? So again, Laurel, if the other thing you can do right now is I would recommend potentially, if you would prefer, if you want to have that reading first thing tomorrow before we start the Daily Collective, you can just send me an email because it's going to take too long. We can't really do a dream reading if you're just going to be posting it in the chat space because it's the text is too short. So it's going to be too difficult for me to be able to read it. But what I would recommend is what I'll do is I can put you first tomorrow and you'll have priority before we start the Daily Collective. And in the meantime, you can write out the full context, a direct message to me. Okay, so I need it to be in a space by which I have the full context of the message. So depending on how much time that's going to take, if it's something that can come within the next couple of minutes, then that's fine. But if it's going to take longer than that, and then I would recommend that we wait till tomorrow. So you let me know how long it's going to take if you already have that information ready. Just let me know what you prefer to do. I know, Denise. But that's what I keep on seeing. It's going to help you right now. I feel like there's something important about that, Denise. Okay. If you've already written it out, if you just want to tell me, if you've already sent it to me, that's fine. I need to know where, if you're sending it now, that's fine as well. I just need confirmation. Excellent. Okay, perfect. I feel like, did you send it? Here. Okay, I think I see it. No, what I'm seeing here is from March. Okay. Okay, I believe I see it. Does it start with, yeah, I see it here. Perfect. Thank you for sending. I've got it, dear. Excellent. And thank you so much. You're so welcome, Yaz. And I feel like that it's interesting too, because I feel like you share an angelic with them. And thank you for watching the live for 200 minutes, Q. Excellent. Thank you so much. Marie, good to see you today. Oh, I do my best, Cosmic. All right, we've got another dream coming through right now. And you know what that means. I'm going to pull out the dream coconut. But before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Got it. Thank you for letting me know, Laura. I'm going to take a moment to read over it and decide if it's okay to be able to read. So you're basically saying it's outside T so long as I'm comfortable reading it. Hold on. Okay. You're so welcome, dear. Okay, I think that this is, so I'm going to effectively read this dream. I will articulate that there is a trigger warning on this dream in relationality to a pet being injured. So for anybody who might have a sensitivity to that, I just want you to be aware of that before we continue. Excellent. All right. And you know what we're also going to do, given the fact that we're doing a dream? We're going to break out the dream coconut. I've got it here. All right, here's the dream. I was standing in front of my childhood home talking with someone, and I heard my cat starting to howl in front of my next door neighbor's house as they picked her up and began to hurt her. I started yelling for them to stop, and they hurt her so badly that she was twitching, and I felt paralyzed. I felt they paralyzed her. I was running to stop them, but I couldn't get there. I woke up in terror. Can I please get 4 cards, please? And 2 more. So, as you may be aware, this is a shadow work dream. And the important thing to navigate as it relates to shadow work is that there's nothing that we can experience in a shadow work dream that we haven't already experienced. So the fact that the guides are bringing this forward to you to help you perceive something that's already happened to you, we have to look at that in the space by which we recognize a lot of the symbology that is being identified in this dream. I want to state that clearly in the fact that often what happens with shadow work dreams is we see figures that represent things in shadow work that they would never embody in real life. And the reason that the guides do that is to show us how unreasonable something that we experienced was by often putting it in the energy by which we would least expect it. So what do we effectively see is happening in the dream space? We see the fact that you are in your childhood home and you're talking to someone and you heard the sound of someone you care about howling in a neighbor's house, right? And you articulated upon the fact that you went over there, right? The individual in that space had picked them up and began to hurt them. And you began to yell at them to stop. And you were worried that they had energetically, grievously injured your pet guardian. Now, what we effectively identify in the dream space, and I wouldn't be surprised about the fact that I wouldn't be surprised right now if you told me that that pet energy is a pet energy that you have presently, that you didn't have at the time that you were in that childhood home. Because what we basically see that occurring in the space of you potentially navigating that is the pet energy in this dream is an extension of your individuated self, right? It is potentially the part of the self that felt, that the part of the self that effectively, that we identify, allows the ability to feel energetically free, right? And so we see that that connection point that you're building into as it relates to the connection to the pet is the part of you that was potentially feeling energetically in one's authenticity. But what often happens in the space by which another person is projecting on us, the space by which they try to identify that seeing us in our space of joy hurts them. So we often understand or recognize often the damage that happens to us when we're young is energy that hates to see joy, right? Energy that has built into hardship, right? From a lifetime of harboring hurt, right? Does not build into the context of wanting joy around them, or the space by which another person tries to articulate that another person is bothering them, or that they need to stay away from something or else. And this is what we effectively see is occurring in the space by which you identified that you said that you were running to stop that individual in the dream space, but you felt like you couldn't get there, because that is the sound of, that is you embodying the higher self in the context of the dream and seeing, right, the representation of your inner child healing that is coming through the represented symbol of your cat that wasn't doing anything in childhood beyond being your authentic self and feeling the experience of another who effectively tried to make one feel in danger by trying to articulate to you what would happen to you, right? What could potentially happen to you if you weren't more energetically careful, right? So the energy that often tries to impress upon us that there are things to be wary of that often create wounds in us, that create the space by which we don't feel like we can be our authentic self. In the space by which, and this is why they were representing it, right? That's why they were representing it in the figure of the cat, because, right, it's often the energy that tries to articulate doing something and trying to define what will happen to you if you tried to do the same thing, right? So it's often that the energy that potentially often, like the energy that tries to utilize energetic examples, but in the space by which they create the energetic example, right? It's the observation of them doing something that they feel is representative of you, which is the space by which they potentially break something and damage something and say, well, look what you made me do. Look what you made me feel. I wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for you. Understanding that the unreasonable energy there is the energy that often does not have control of their own emotions, and in the space by which they try to blame others, right, with the energetic force. But often the force that we feel that makes us feel afraid of another person, because it's the force by which they take something out on something, right? It's not the fact that they harm us, but the space by which they damage something that makes us feel like they're threatening us because they're saying that that is what they wanted to do to us. So often the space by which we understand why it's damaging or dangerous when another person hurts something via the space by which they articulate that they're taking it out on something other than the self, but we ourselves are harmed by it because we know that that's what they're potentially, like that is the implicit threat that they're identifying what they truly desire to do to us. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it can be really damaging, right? Because it's often energy that says like, I never laid a hand on you, right? Or somebody says like, I never laid a finger on you, but you don't need to lay a finger if you're constantly breaking or damaging things around somebody, because it's the lingering fear that you create and taking something out on something that says, I'm not, but I want to, right? I'm not, but I desire to. I'm not, but if I could, I would, right? The observation of understanding why experiences like that can be so traumatizing, because it's a modality by which another person is articulating, right? They're breaking something that we care about and articulating in the context of saying, this could be you in an instant. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card. You'll also have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Anselmi, for the follow. Yeah. So they're and that's okay. I'm so glad to hear that they're still with you. Yes, and you've had them for a long time. It's really beautiful. I'm understanding. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah, the fear, but yes, this tracks. Yeah, she tried to oh, I understand. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope this message helps you heal from it. Hi there, great Marlo. The list is closed today. Thank you for the follow. Final call right now. Final call right now for anybody who is a super fan who has not had a card pulled, or anybody who would like to have a one card. All you need to do is become a super fan. Same for anybody who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be available now as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. You can also find it as well. You can also find the full video over on the place where we keep the videos and photos. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, which is 10:15 a.m. 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel. You can find it there at the link that I just posted. If you became a superfan today, send me a disco GIF and I will send you an invite to the disco. There you can introduce yourself to the collective and you will find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be this Friday at 6 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.